and welcome to Cutscene Extra here at patreon.com/cutscene. I'm Luke Owen and I'm joined by Wrestle Talk's Ollie Davis.
And now, number one fan of Madame Web.
Or Madam Web.
Madam Web.
Potentially. So I have not heard the How Did This Get Made episode of this, but you said this is a big thing for Americans?
Well, I don't know if it's a big thing, but Jason Mantzoukas starts doing Madame Web, and the way he says it in his fun voice, I thought, oh, he's doing a bit. But then I listened to another podcast, review deep dive of Madame Web, and they unironically said Madame Web.
But I'm pretty sure in the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, which I'll be honest is pretty much all of the knowledge I have of the character, they call her Madam Web.
Well, it might have been ADR for the UK audience that you watched.
Oh, I see. They just got the guy in to be like... I mean, actually...
Madame Web.
He was probably a Canadian voice actor.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he was just speaking directly in his colonialist language. Yeah. But yeah, we are here to talk about Madam Web. I nearly did it myself then, accidentally.
M-dub to the fans.
Arguably the worst comic book movie of 2024. However, Kraven the Hunter came out at the time of this recording, which we'll come on to briefly. And of course, there was also Joker Folie à Deux, which you also hated.
Oh, but is this... Well, I enjoyed this way more. Because Joker Folie à Douche is quite an unrewarding watch.
Oh, but this is so rewarding, right?
Yeah, because of all the fun you had. Luke, there's a Beyonce poster on the wall.
Yeah.
It's 2003.
Oh, we'll get to that. Yeah, I watched this for the first time last week in preparation for doing that. I've now watched it twice. My second watch was at 5:30 this morning in preparation for this episode.
The end-up hour, people call that.
I got up at 5:30, made myself a coffee and went, Peru, 1973.
And like, I hate even that. Can I get the titles up? Can I get the titles?
Yes, you
can. Here we go. Here's the, and you're like, oh, Marvel. Oh, I like Marvel. I'm already getting like, it's going on. It's a trap because then.
Do you want to just play it so we can...
We've got that effect in Canva, haven't we, Rich? That we use? It feels so immediately 2000s.
But I think that's what Sony are aiming for with these, because that's what everyone said about Venom.
Yeah.
Venom ends with an Eminem song in the credits, and everyone's like, this feels very mid-2000s.
Yeah, but that felt... I mean, I don't like that Venom movie either. But it found an audience. Mostly in Asia, I believe. Yeah. That was where the box office was.
Didn't show up for the second one, though. Because it went from about sort of like 800-odd million for Venom down to about 530 for Venom 2 and then about 500 for Venom 3. So, like, the audience that was there for the second one definitely stuck around for the third.
But what Venom had, you know, Tom Hardy, whether you agree with his performance choices or not, was putting in effort. I would say too much effort. He didn't need to do the silly voices. This is so low effort.
Isn't it, though? You text me that over the weekend being like, it's such a low effort movie. And that was kind of what I was looking for. That was the wording I was trying to find. Because all I kept saying to my wife when I was watching this for the first time was like, why does Dakota Johnson look so disinterested in being in this movie?
I mean, there's many answers. What she doesn't like the film. She's not a good actress.
So there's things like that. She did say in an interview that she's never done stuff in front of a green screen before, so she wasn't sure whether or not the movie was going to be good. You kind of just have to trust the director that this is going to be a good movie. And she just openly says, like, I don't know if it was going to be good.
Yeah.
It wasn't. So I watched it for the first time, and at the end of it, I was like, yeah, like, it's not good, but what did you expect? It's a Madam Web movie. It's a movie about the character Madam Web. Like, would you expect... It's like the people who got really angry over the weekend and being like, oh, have you seen how gross Rhino looks in Kraven the Hunter? Like, what do you expect him to look like? Either he looks like that, or he's in a rubber rhino suit. Like, he's gonna look shite either way.
I don't know what he looks like.
Have you not seen this?
I've not seen the Rhino photo.
Okay. He was in the trailer.
Yeah, I'm going to be disappointed if it's not just a wrestler from Detroit, if I'm honest. Oh, is he played by? Oh, is that? Is that like a fan?
No, that's the one.
That's the.
Yeah.
Is that him there?
Yeah.
Can you make that full screen? Oh, we've got internet troubles today, so we'll see if this actually loads in all its 720p glory.
But you see what I mean? Like, what were you expecting him to look like? He's called. Because Wes in the office kept saying this. He was like, "Oh, it looks so rubbish." And I'm like, Wes, what would you have done? Because the character is inherently goofy. He's a man on a rubber rhino suit.
I guess Paul Giamatti's Amazing Spider-Man 2 version
also quite rubbish. Because that was just like a big mech suit thing that everyone said looked very similar. And he came out being like, "Oh, I am the Rhino."
I watched The Holdovers yesterday again. Those are two ends of the Giamatti spectrum. Fantastic performance in Spider-Man 2. And an okay performance in The Holdovers.
An Oscar-winning performance in The Holdovers and collecting a paycheck, Paul Giamatti.
What's... Yeah, okay, let's not go down the Craven rabbit hole. But I think you famously like bad movies. I famously don't get much enjoyment out of them. I've not gone to see The Room because I don't think it will be a good time for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
For whatever reason, you're like, it's a rubbish movie. It's a waste of time. And I'm here like, there's so much... I can't fathom how such a large studio project has so many bits fundamentally wrong.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
I know exactly why. But that's what I mean is that I think I was...
But then it still came out.
Like, it's so... The bit that made me laugh the most and proper, like, made me and my wife laugh out loud is where she just casually flies to Peru.
Yes!
And then and casually just travels to the Peruvian Amazon and then in, like, a next scene, just goes home.
Yeah.
And it's just like, she's a wanted criminal. She just got on a plane.
Yeah.
And flew to Peru. And the film is just like anyone would.
But yet, leaving the teenage girls in danger that she's charged herself with protecting behind.
And it's the second time she's done this as well. Because she keeps leaving these girls to go look for exposition. Mm-hmm. And that is... So she finds them, leaves them as well, like, "I'll be back in 3 hours." And me and my wife are like, 3 hours?! They're scared girls. Why are you leaving them on their own? And then, not 20 minutes later, she's like, "I'll see you in a week," because I've got to casually fly to Peru, the Peruvian Amazon.
But at least in that time, they did really foster a sort of character bond between them all. And I know that because they told me.
Yeah, not only that, and with them and Ben Parker.
Oh, yeah. Who... Can we pay respect to Adam Scott? Who is so likable in everything he makes, and he's goddamn likable in this movie as well.
So, do you know what the funniest thing was? My wife did not pick up on the fact he was called Ben Parker. And she just didn't register it whatsoever. And so I kept being like, why do you think they were making so many references to, like, him being an uncle and this unborn child who keeps leaping around and jumping around in Emma Roberts' stomach? She's like, I just recognized Emma Roberts.
Who's Emma? I don't know who Emma Roberts is.
Julia Roberts' kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is a full-on nepotism movie then. Because Dakota Johnson, the lead in this, is, I think, in the wrestling industry, we'd call them a third-generation actor.
I don't know much about Dakota Johnson. I think the only things I've seen her in are this and 50 Shades of Grey, where I've seen a lot of her.
Well, she's in 21 Jump Street.
Is she?
Yeah. So I think her Wikipedia page is written by her PR company.
Nice, I love those.
Because there's just a bit where it says, and she reunited with her 21 Jump Street co-star Johnny Depp in this movie, later on in a couple of...
That's not a co-star.
I know, right? She is a bit part in 21 Jump Street. She plays...
As is Johnny Depp.
Yes, as a cameo.
Right, that is not written by a PR. That's written by fans. Because have you been onto IMDb recently?
Yes.
I feel like this is not a public place to do this because we're behind the Patreon paywall. But I do want to just put this out there. You know, if you are watching this at home, you cannot trust what IMDb has written down. because
it's gone woke.
It's user generated, and it always has been. I've spoken to quite a few people in Hollywood when I've interviewed them and stuff, and they always refer to it as the incorrect movie database because it's just user generated. So there's actually a bit of IMDb trivia on this that is just factually incorrect, where it's like Sony had to make this movie because Disney owned the rights to making Spider-Man movies, and Sony can only make movies about like tertiary characters. And I always want to reply to, and it says like 91 people found this helpful. And I'm like, they made Spider-Man movies. One of them came out a couple of years ago.
The animated ones.
There's that.
Yeah.
There's the 3 live action ones they did. Those are Sony movies. But that is allowed to stay up there on IMDb, unverified, unsourced, and people are taking that as now literal information because for whatever reason, IMDb is sort of seen as, oh, that's where facts are put up. It's as trustworthy as Wikipedia. At least Wikipedia's sourced.
I read on there that Dakota Johnson likes limes. And then I found out she absolutely doesn't like limes.
Yeah, she's a... Can we just watch my favorite...
I don't know where to start with this. Well, how long have we been recording for? Like 10, 15 minutes? I don't know how to approach that. I don't know how to get into this movie.
Because I had an idea of how we were going to structure this show. And then you're right, I kind of want to jump around because I want to... Have you seen my favourite bit of the press tour of Madam Web? Which is when someone asks her about the line in the trailer.
So the line in the trailer is famously... My mum died when she was in Peru researching spiders.
Researching spiders in the Amazon. Like, it is just so much exposition. It's like 5 bits of exposition in one sentence. The line's not in the actual final film. But it became this sort of meme sensation. Someone referenced it in like an Oscars speech and stuff. It genuinely was very funny. And so someone asked Dakota Johnson about this in a press interview. I've got a clip of here. I had to go onto Twitter to find this because I couldn't find it because it's on TikTok.
You might be aware there was a line from the trailer that went sort of viral. Do you remember that?
What was it?
It was the line that says, he was in the Amazon with my mum when she was researching spiders right before she died. Do you remember that going viral?
Why did that go viral?
I think it went viral because out of context, people were just like, what does this mean? Did you catch that at all?
No. Somebody brought this up and I have no idea what it's about.
There were lots of memes because I think people were like, what is... Just out of the context of it, it was just a very...
But isn't any sentence out of context out of context?
Yeah, that's very true.
What a silly thing.
There was just lots of bits that were like, oh, that, and that, and that. Do you know what I mean?
He was in the Amazon researching spiders with my mom before she died.
Yeah.
That seems like a basic storyline to me.
Fair enough.
But maybe I'm just underneath it.
No, that's fair.
Because I think that guy went in there being like, she's going to know, and we can have a bit of a joke and laugh about this. But she just feel like, why?
Yeah. I mean, usually when we review wrestling things, and when we did the Spider-Man 3 one, we tend to critique the performances or the characters or the writing rather than the person themselves. I feel like Dakota Johnson as a person just isn't likable.
I'm gonna push back on that slightly. I have got an interview with her that she did about this movie after it came out, where I think she is quite insightful about the studio system. So maybe that might colour your opinion differently.
Maybe. I mean, I didn't like her performance in 50 Shades of Grey. Which is the only other main lead role I've seen her in. I've not seen the remake of Suspiria. I
think that's more on the director. But having said that, she's not good in this either. Like, she is really quite bad in this movie.
You did it.
My favourite one is when she's driving and she goes, come on. Because she's trying to drive through traffic. And she goes, come on. I might skip to it now, actually.
She is the low effort. Well, actually, because we're... Okay, should we just go through the movie and use those as points to go off on?
Can I quickly just go...
Because I really want to play you the first 56 seconds of the film.
But can I go... How did we get here?
Right, okay.
So, because I think to fully understand Madam Web, we do have to realise how we got here. Okay? And so what happened was, in 2017, Sony released Spider-Man Homecoming and Venom, and both of them were big hits. And so they collectively decided, like, well, people want to see all Spider-Man movies. So they went into development overdrive of now the SSU, the Sony Spider-Man universe. Sure, we can't really make Spider-Man movies with MCU characters unless Disney sign off on it, which means we can't really make more Spider-Man movies. But we can make all of these movies starring Spider-Man characters. And the audience is telling us what they want is more Spider-Man. The problem there is that they're not really thinking, I wonder why Homecoming and Venom were big hits. Could it be that this is Spider-Man and it's the MCU? And could it be the most popular Spider-Man character that isn't Spider-Man? And not just, they'll go watch any fucking bullshit that we put out that's got Spider-Man related nonsense to it.
Give me the Spider-Man movies. I don't care who it is. Give me Craven. Give me Morbius.
In 2017, they started developing a Nightwatch movie. In 2017, they also started making a Mysterio movie starring Jake Gyllenhaal. In 2018, they started developing a Jackpot movie. In 2018...
Wait, what's Nightwatch?
A Spider-Man villain. Well, you know, because you saw Spider-Man Homecoming, so you want to see more Spider-Man stuff.
I'd like to say I am quite well-versed in comic book lore. I've never heard of Nightwatch.
Well, of course you have. You saw Spider-Man Homecoming. You saw Venom.
Is he in Spider-Man Homecoming?
No, but you know Spider-Man. you want to see more of those movies. You went to go see both of those films, so clearly you want to see a Nightwatch movie.
You know what it sounds like?
Do you want Silver and Sable?
It sounds like when WWE thought the Yes chant was over and not Daniel Bryan. So, we just give the Yes chant to Big Show. He'll be popular.
I'm not done. In 2018, Amy Pascal brought back Drew Goddard to make his Sinister Six movie. The one that had died in 2012, and they were desperately trying to do with The Amazing Spider-Man. They were like, well, we've got a hit on our hands now. Drew, come back here. You can do your Sinister Six movie now.
So how many films is it? Nightwatch? What happened? So Mysterio, of course,
just
became Far From Home.
Yes.
Did parts of that become Far From Home?
Not that I can tell. I think that was more of a Disney-Sony thing.
Because Jake Gyllenhaal was attached?
Yes. So at this point, we've got Nightwatch, Mysterio, Jackpot, Sinister Six. That's 4.
I also don't know Jackpot.
In 2018, there was talks of doing an Aunt May movie.
Huh? What?
Yeah. Well, you saw Homecoming, so...
What, is it Hot Aunt May or is it Old Aunt May?
Well, I think here is part of the problem with the SSU. They don't know. I don't think they decided early doors, what is this? Is it part of the Tom Holland universe? Is it our own separate universe? Is it a connected universe? Are Morbius and Craven and Madam Web and Venom all in the same universe? They never really decided. And hilariously, the synopsis for this movie starts in a different universe. Because they didn't want people to go into this thinking this was connected to Venom or Morbius. This is its own standalone universe movie that isn't connected to anything else they've made.
Which again is a very noughties approach to making superhero movies. The Catwoman didn't interact with Batman and things like that. Elektra and Daredevil crossed over.
Yes, because Elektra's in Daredevil, and then she got her own spin-off movie. There's a backdoor pilot.
I've seen that movie.
I'm not done. So then they started working on the Madam Web script,
which we thankfully got
in 2019. In March 2020, they hired Amazing Spider-Man 2 co-writer Robert Orcio to write the script for an untitled Marvel movie that would be set in Sony's shared universe. The plot will be based on a property from a different corner of the Marvel universe that Sony has access to, rather than a character affiliated with Spider-Man like Sony's other Marvel movies.
So who was that supposed to be, do you think?
No idea. In August 2020, Olivia Wilde signed on to develop a female-centric Marvel film for Sony with her writing partner, Katie Silberman. The project had been a high priority at the studio since early 2020 and believed to feature the character Spider-Woman, but not the Spider-Women that are in this one. Because the original Spider-Woman, Jessica Drew.
Yeah. Jessica Drew is the Spider-Woman we all know and love from the comics. Yeah. And then Sydney Sweeney is also Spider-Woman.
She's the Spider-Woman that replaces Jessica Drew.
Right.
Yeah. And Mattie Franklin is the Spider-Woman that replaces her. and Anya Corazon, I believe her name is. She is Spider-Girl.
Despite watching the movie twice, I didn't bother to learn the people who aren't Sydney Sweeney's names. I've got them down as Attitude and Science.
Yeah, but she's a different. She's not a nerd like Sydney Sweeney. She's wearing a maths t-shirt.
Yeah, she's cool science.
But she's not a nerd.
Yeah,
Sydney Sweeney's a dork.
She's science and she's Mexican.
Yep.
And I think that's her character.
I just kept writing them down as Lucky because that is her character name in Ghostbusters Afterlife. Right. Celeste O'Connor, I think the name is, and Dora. Because Isabella Mercado played Dora the Explorer in the live-action Dora the Explorer and is awesome in that movie. She's so great. In 2022, they announced El Muerto featuring Bad Bunny. And in December 2022, Sony was revealed to be developing a film centered on the character Hypno Hustler with Donald Glover set to star and produce.
Well, and this doesn't include Craven and Morbius.
No,
nor Venom 2 and 3.
No. So they had so many of these movies planned out. And not one central idea of why we're doing this.
Because that's what they took as a lesson from Marvel, the studio that really intricately plotted out multiple films.
We had to do this before we got into the movie, because that explains why you get the movie the way that it is. I did a video for Wrestle Talk recently called Who Really Killed TNA? And so apologies if there's no wrestling fans who are watching this, but there's a wrestling writer called Vince Russo. And Brian Alvarez, who's a very prolific wrestling writer, had a line about Vince Russo that's really stuck with me and I think applies to Sony. And what he said was, Vince Russo is a writer who never learns from his mistakes and, more impressively, never learns from his few successes. And that is Sony in a nutshell. They didn't learn why Spider-Man Homecoming and Venom were hits and then just kept making the same mistakes with every movie they released subsequently. And now we are here in 2024, December 2024, and it has now been revealed that Kraven the Hunter is the last entry in the SSU.
Which is really impressive, because most of these expanded universe franchises are cut dead after one or two. Like, The Mummy with Tom Cruise.
Yeah. Killed by one film.
Yeah, killed by one film. Yet this one persisted for, 7 years?
Yeah, and they re-released Morbius. Again, because they didn't... It's one of my favourite Sony stories. They thought Morbius, being a meme online, means that everyone will go out and watch it again. And they didn't. It actually is a box office flop twice.
I will go to bat for for Sony a little bit, because one part you are leaving out is that they have also released... in the last 5 years, I would say some of the most interesting, genre-pushing, commercially and critically successful superhero movies, which are the Across the Spider-Verse animated films.
But they in themselves have got issues, because have you seen that they've pushed back the release date for the third entry of that because, what are they called? The Lego Movie lads.
Phil Lord and Chris Miller
have said they're basically exiting the project because of creative differences with Sony.
Oh, Sony, you had one. I was trying to back you up there.
Have you seen why there's issues? Why we haven't had a Spider-Man 4 yet? Is because Disney and Sony are clashing of what the film should be. Mm-hmm. Disney wants to do a street level Spider-Man movie, because that is kind of what you set up at the end of the last movie. Is I'm sort of done being Spider-Man. Spider-Man's sort of like no more. Let's look down at this. I made my life-altering decision. And Sony were like, just make No Way Home again. I want to do another big team-up movie with all of your characters again.
Yeah. Well, it's been a wonderful 7 years. And I'm just happy that they got to release Madam Web.
So am I. At the end of this movie, I did things like, I'm glad we got it though. Yeah. Like, even if a movie is bad, I am glad that they are not just a line on a Wikipedia page that says in 2018 they were developing a Nightwatch movie.
Or a insider gag in a Deadpool film.
Exactly, yeah. Yes. So you might be surprised to hear, having now seen the movie twice, that Sony thought this would be their version of Doctor Strange. And that was an unsurprise to me, because they literally rip it off later in the movie.
with the astral projection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, like taking the exact shot from Doctor Strange.
Well, but this one, they're by a little pond.
So they originally were looking to have Charlize Theron or Amy Adams take on the role.
Interesting, because I was throughout this, I was trying to think, well, because Dakota Johnson might just be an unlikable person, which is fine. Like, you can be, I'm not judging there. Like, The Miz, for instance, he's a wrestler. He gives off unlikable vibes. Apparently he's a really nice person, but he's just like, his performance style is naturally unlikable, which is why he's a great heel, a bad guy. Dakota Johnson, maybe she's just better suited at playing heels. So I'm thinking throughout this film, like, who would be a better choice to cast in this role, which does require a bit of bitchiness because she is a cynical character. But then she does need to open up that warmth later on in the film when the character relationships develop.
But I think part of the problem is they don't develop that character relationship. She just, at one point, decides, now I like you.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
But then, I agree, I totally agree.
Chest compressions.
But I don't think it's just the movie's fault. I really, really strongly want to get across, I think Dakota Johnson is at fault.
She is.
Because if Emma Roberts was in this role, to use another Spider-Man alumni, we'd like her. Like, when she just flips into now I'm nice person mode, it doesn't matter if it wasn't properly told in the story, you would like her. Just like how Andrew Garfield...
You say Emma Roberts?
Emma Stone.
I was going to say, just about 10 minutes ago, you didn't know who Emma Roberts was.
I've just been incepted. If you had Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, I think badly written films. But I love their relationship.
Great chemistry.
Yeah.
So
So if you had a better actor in the lead role, at least maybe that part would be good.
Maybe. Or do you flip it round? Because when Dakota Johnson came on board as the star, she was joined by her co-lead, Sydney Sweeney. And Sydney Sweeney is pushed, when they did the first announcement, she is the co-lead of this movie, which is why I think she is the lead of the three girls.
Co-lead is a very generous description for what her character ends up being. So was that original film built around both of them?
The marketing was, because she was the hot thing from Euphoria. So they kind of wanted her to be front and center of a lot of the marketing for this. And when they announced that they're coming both on, they announced them both at the same time. They're going to be the stars of this movie.
So Sydney Sweeney was essentially clickbait.
Yeah, in a way. So Sweeney joined in March, which was like the month after Dakota Johnson. The film will be released in July 2023. That got pushed back to October 2023, and then again to February 16th, 2024, then got pulled forward to February 14th, 2024.
A weird choice for a Valentine's Day release.
So romantic.
It's definitely more of an October movie, if you ask me.
I think that's fair. The first trailer came out in November 2023. At some point, Clarkson, the director, and Claire Parker did some rewrites, enough to get a screenplay credits, and that is when the memes start to come out about this.
So the first trailer was just 2 months before the film came out.
Well, that's because in January, bearing it 1 month before the film came out, they did a bunch of reshoots.
In January?
In January. 1 month ahead of release, they did a bunch of reshoots, and guess what those reshoots were for? You're going to love this one. Originally, this movie was set in the 90s. And the thinking behind that was the newly born Peter Parker could be Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. So we need to set it in the 90s so that he's the right age for when you get to the Amazing Spider-Man. And then they thought, no, we should actually tie this to Tom Holland's Spider-Man. So we need to move it a decade so it now ties into his age. So that unborn Peter Parker there is Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
What, and they just decided that?
Well,
when?
A month before. Basically,
no, that's impossible. They did the whole toxic...
that was a different song.
No.
Yeah, it's a different song. Like, all of the stuff that's in this is like, anything that's a time reference thing is just a different, an alternate take they've done to move this forward a decade. And really, they actually didn't have any plans for Andrew Garfield to be attached to this or his Spider-Man, nor did they have any plans for Tom Holland's Spider-Man to be attached to it either. But it's better to just hedge your bets in case we do decide to do that and move it forward. This is Star Wars prequels. Sorry, the Star Wars sequels. They had no plan from day one, so you end up with a messy movie on the final day.
I can't believe that. Honestly, I have a lot of my second rewatch of this film when I was brutally hungover was obsessing over the time period pieces.
Yeah.
And to think that I did all of that, finding out when Mystique's Scandalous was released, when Britney Spears' Toxic was released.
Which was after this film
the very brief mention of a Martha Stewart controversy happened.
Mm-hmm.
I went and researched all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they only decided it was in 2000. I was obsessing over what month of 2003 it was. And it was actually, I guess, 8 years beforehand.
Yeah.
But that affects everything, like the costume choices.
Yeah. There's a
what technology's available.
Well, I think that's why there's only one shot with a mobile phone, or two shots with a mobile phone, I think. To kind of like, and that is, and bearing in mind, I'm just going to say, that is according to Jeff Snyder, who is a business insider, like a Hollywood insider. That was his report that's what they made the changes to.
That would make her character 5 years younger, at least. Maybe 8 years younger.
Because I guess you have to then change the
She
date.
was definitely born in 1973.
Yeah.
As we can see here, in the Peruvian Amazon.
In 1973. So Dakota Johnson did tell The Wrap in February 2024 there were drastic changes, and I can't even tell you what they were.
Okay, when we go, because I've done a lot of stuff on the time period notes, we can go through those and be like, okay, this is probably 2 weeks of reshoots.
Yeah. So she also said that she really struggled making this movie because
she can't act.
There's that. You know, when she has to sort of stand there and a lot of things just sort of have to happen around her, but you have to film multiple takes of that because then you need to like do weird editing tricks so they sort of flash around her while she's having her visions. She said it added so many different character setups, like a triple the amount of work, and it was very complex, and there's only like minor differences between each version of the same scene. So it was like puzzle pieces and really paying attention to what moment we're in and what angle we're in, the continuity of things like that. And she says, I didn't understand it, so I just had to put my trust in the director that she knew what she was doing. And that's also in an interview where she was like, I was just against blue screen, and then like, explosion! And so she has to just act against an explosion that isn't there.
That might explain a lot of her... She feels quite unhurried in a lot of the very dramatic chase sequences.
The film had a budget of $100 million, and Deadline reckoned they spent about $60 million on marketing, and it opened to $15 million domestic. And in its second week, it did $6 million. Mm-hmm. Which means, Ollie Davis, what beat it to the box office number one?
Oh, I think I already know this. God damn, I was listening to the podcast earlier today. I know a religious movie came out that weekend. Was it that?
It was not that.
I don't know.
Bob Marley, One Love.
Yes, it was Bob Marley, One Love.
Yeah, it made about 43 million in total, domestic, 100 million worldwide. But it was...
Valentine's Day release, it's got love in the title.
But apparently, it was a massive streaming hit. So when it went to Netflix, they did this big press release saying that it did over 1 billion minutes in its opening weekend.
Madam Web?
Yeah. It was a huge streaming hit on Netflix. Apparently.
Oh, right. Okay, so we don't have it on Netflix in the UK.
No.
But in the States, it was watched 1 billion...
What? No, 1 billion
1
minutes.
1 billion minutes
were
worth.
watched. That might have been 1 billion people watched 1 minute of it.
Let me work out how many full watches that was. Should we just assume most people only watch the first 2 minutes?
Before I do that, so, you know, this film opened to 15 million domestic. Did you hear what Craven opened to?
Oh, I haven't yet.
It opened to 25 million worldwide. It did 11 million domestic. 11 million! That's worse than this. It's worse than New Mutants.
Oh, that's Yeah, New Mutants is a horrible benchmark. So my maths puts that as 9.1 million watch-throughs of the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Sounds pretty good, right?
If every single person watched all of the film's minutes.
So she did an interview, Dakota Johnson, I should say, did an interview with Bustle. And they write in this article, she's already predicting the potential aftermath of today's conversation. Quote, like, Dakota Johnson breaks her silence on Madam Web's fucking box office failure, she says, laughing. Quote, it's like, no, I'm not breaking any silence, I'm just talking. I had the LA premiere for Madam Web, and then I went to Mexico City. I had pneumonia and was on steroids and the nebulizer and doing all the little things, and I was really, really sick and felt horrible. I looked horrible, and I was like, ugh. And then the movie came out, and it was, pause, like, I can't take any of it seriously at all. I don't know. She was asked if she was fazed by the bad reviews, and she said, unfortunately, I'm not surprised that it has gone down the way that it has. It's so hard to get movies made, and in these big movies that get made, and it's even starting to happening with little ones, which is really freaking me out, decisions are being made by committee, and art does not do well when it's made by committee. Films are made by a filmmaker and a team of artists around them. You cannot make art based on numbers and algorithms. My feeling has been for a long time that audiences are extremely smart, and executives have started to believe that they're not. Audiences will always be able to sniff out bullshit. Even if films start to be made with AI, humans aren't going to want to see those. But it was definitely an experience for me to make that movie. I'd never done anything like it before, and I will probably never do anything like it again because it doesn't make sense to me for me to be in that world. And I know that now. But sometimes in this industry, you sign on to something, and it's one thing, and then as you're making it, it becomes a completely different thing. And you're like, wait, what? But it was a real learning experience. And of course, it's not nice to be part of something that's ripped to shreds, but I can't say I don't understand.
And when was that interview conducted?
That was sort of my mid of 2024. So it's just after
So later.
Yeah, it was like a couple of months after the film had bombed at the box office.
Her, like, the stuff she said there, her sort of conduct on the press tour, compared with other junkets I watched with, like, the Sydney Sweeney gang, and even the director, I feel like everyone they know that they're there to do a job, and part of the job is sell the movie no matter what. If you don't like the movie, don't lie, but talk about, it was so much fun to make. We think people would have a really good time watching it. She gave a lot of Bruce Willis energy. Bruce Willis hates doing junkets. Yeah. He hates doing press tours. And he is actively rude to the people who interview him. Granted, the ones I saw were probably the ones that got the most engagement, which were going to be the ones where she's the most negative.
Yes.
However, when you sign on to do any big studio movie, which she has experience with, doing the 50 Shades of Grey franchise, that comes with an expectation that you are on the team for the entire life of that project.
Yeah.
That includes going out to promote it after the film's been completed. So if I'm a studio thinking, should we work with Dakota Johnson? Like, obviously, Madam Web bombed. There's the argument there for numbers. However, it's more the conduct on the press tour, where it's like, she's just going out there, she's disengaged and stuff. That's the stuff as a studio head or a casting director that would make me wary working with her.
Oh, no, I completely agree.
I think she's really shot herself in the foot long term.
Oh, totally. No, I completely agree. Like, because A, this is not a good performance, and B, she's very bad on this press tour. And a lot of, like, the memes around her are being weird, which is so weird as well, because she was kind of on the up because she killed Ellen DeGeneres' career.
Yeah.
Like, with that one line. And it really felt like, oh, man, like, you are, like, an actual kind of icon to take down DeGeneres' run. But then she goes on to, like, because you said the thing about the limes, where she's really weird.
Yeah, should we watch the limes?
Yeah, do you want to do that?
Let's get the limes.
You
I think it's a
that.
really important part of her story and to understand Madam Web.
I'm going to just read this quote while you're searching for that from Isabella Massad on Happy, Sad, Confused. I do apologize for saying her name wrong as well, by the way. I've never actually heard it read out loud. It does leave a sad taste in my mouth because there are people that worked really hard and maybe it was their opportunity to have a big break. But I just can't help but think about those people that put in the work. I'm lucky enough to have other opportunities right now and that's what I feel really blessed about. But I do feel bad for the other people that put all their all into this. And there's so many cooks in the kitchen. And even though you might mean well, somebody else might not understand the assignment. I love a campy movie. Honestly, I love The Room. I love Flubber. I love Catwoman. Those are my favorites. So I'm a little proud of Madam Web in that sense.
Mm-hmm. Who was that, sorry?
Isabella Massard or Macard. I'm not sure how to say her.
And who's that?
She's Dora. Science.
Science!
Yeah. The other quote I just wanted to read you here is from Emma Roberts to Variety.
Emma Stone.
Who said, I personally really loved Madam Web. I really enjoyed the movie. I thought everyone in it was great. The director, S.J. Clarkson, I think she did an amazing job. She's the reason I wanted to do that movie. If it wasn't for the internet culture and everything being made into a joke, I think the reception would have been different. And that's what bums me out about a lot of stuff. And even stuff that I've done is people make such a joke out of everything now.
I disagree with everything she said. However, I respect the role she's playing there. That's what Dakota Johnson should have said.
Exactly. That's exactly it, right? She is there playing the game, which is, I really loved this movie. The director did a great job. It's the fans who are the problem.
But not you fans who might be listening or reading this. It's the bad fans.
The bad fans, the ones who make jokes.
All right, shall we see about the limes?
Yes, please do.
So this is from a show called Architectural... I can't remember. It's a really good show. I watch it a lot. It's just where a celebrity does a tour of their home.
A lot of green.
And she's in her kitchen right now.
I love them. They're great. I love them so much, and I like to present them like this in my house.
Okay, so this is obviously... I didn't know this was going to be a clip done like this. But that's her. There's some limes there, and she goes crazy about the limes.
I love limes.
That became a bit of a thing because people liked Dakota Johnson. Like, oh my God, Dakota Johnson, she's taken down Ellen DeGeneres. She loves limes. What a kooky, crazy person. Can't wait to see her in Madam Web. But then she's on The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And, well, this awkward interaction happens.
With all those limes.
I actually didn't even know that they were in there. I was giving the tour and went into the kitchen, and it was set dressing. It was hard to just ignore them, so I just lied.
The actual version of that interview is a lot more awkward, I would say. But it's a standard thing that set dressers do. You know, the staging of a house. They go in there before the film crew come round, and they dress it up a bit so it doesn't look like an actual place people live. It looks like a place you would want to live. And obviously some limes were put there, and she just said that she loves limes.
I like the way that they
kind
look.
Kind of funny.
Yeah.
But then, I don't know, just her idea of a joke seems to only appeal to her.
Yeah, I think you and I, maybe we need to, I'm maybe in the middle of there, because, so, hot take. My wife likes Dakota Johnson and thinks she's quite a good actor.
Wow.
I know.
That's still timeless.
Because I
know you got a kid together, but you got to get out of this abusive relationship.
This movie, she's so bad in this movie.
Yeah.
She's so bad. And I was like, no, I think she's making some interesting choices. And I'm like, no, I think she's just bad. I think my wife
did it.
Sorry?
You did it.
Come on. I think she's just bad. But I think the interview she did with Bustle, I think, is actually quite open and honest to just be like, this is a movie that's made by committee and that's why it doesn't work. And studio seems to think that they know better than audiences. And actually what we're finding out is that audiences know more than studios give them credit for. And I think personally, that is why box office receipts are just sort of down. Because movie studios have just got a template of things. Because, okay, so here's the other thing I just wanted to make a note about this movie. All of the press releases for it call it a suspense thriller.
Not a superhero action film.
Exactly. But what is the movie at the end of it? It's a superhero action movie.
Yeah.
Like, throughout the movie, it's a superhero action movie. And I think that is because Sony, looking at their track record, started out wanting this to be a suspense thriller because that's interesting, and a bunch of people sign on because that's an interesting idea. And then the closer you get to release, the colder your feet get. And you're like, oh, actually, can we just make this a template studio superhero movie? Because that's what the audience will want. Don't try and rock the boat. Don't try anything new.
And set it in 2003. People like 2003, right? What were we thinking? The 90s. Captain Marvel have done the 90s.
So yeah, I think that is why the movie is the way that it is. Because I think it's just a little bit of a mess in which a lot of people didn't have a plan, and then you end up with a messy movie.
I don't think you're blaming Dakota Johnson enough.
When we get into the scene-by-scene breakdown, I will blame her a bunch because she's not good.
All of those things are true that you just said. Ultimately, the decision rests with Amy Pascal at the top of Sony, who decided to make a movie not even about Spider-Man. That's really the fault. However, everyone has their little bit of responsibility for their little bit that they do in that process. And Dakota Johnson is the lead of the film, and she actively doesn't care. And yeah, some of that is probably because she's in an unusual situation she hasn't been in before, where she's reacting to green screen stage sequences. Still bad.
Can I tell you my second hot take I've got for this? I think one of the scenes in this movie is genuinely really good. And Dakota Johnson makes me laugh in it twice.
Well, I think that
laugh.
There is one genuine moment where her performance is as good as anything Buster Keaton's ever done.
Is it when she tries to crawl up the wall?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the second one.
And it's the greatest thing she's ever done for my money.
Actually quite funny.
That's what the movie should be. That's the character.
Yeah.
The film doesn't understand that. It's playing sad music as it happens.
And the other bit that she did make me laugh is when that guy asked her for a second time if he was on the right train. And she goes, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's a decent line as well.
Those two moments did make me laugh. And there is one scene in this movie that I think is genuinely really good, in that it feels like it is clunky exposition, but it is actually being done for a reason. And it sets up in like the next bit. And I think it's actually pretty good.
Don't tell me what it is. I'm genuinely flummoxed. I cannot think of a single good scene in this film.
Well, take us through the first scene, because you're really excited to talk about the first 56 seconds of this film.
Right, okay, it's 1973. It's the Peruvian Amazon. Don't worry, there's more plot that you'll get very shortly. So I'm just going to skip ahead. As you can see here, it's just her. She's looking at a spider web.
Yes.
She's in the Peruvian Amazon to research spiders.
This is Constance Webb.
It's 1973.
In the Peruvian Amazon.
It could have been shot in 1983 or 1963. Whenever Sony decided the month before release that this scene is set is when it happened.
The only thing that gives me very 70s vibes is that man's mustache.
Yes. Before I'm about to play this, we should also just get the elephant out of the room. His voice isn't recorded on the same day as any of these scenes.
You know in Hercules in New York, when it's Schwarzenegger's first film, and he's in the film, and then they got it back, and they were like, oh, I can't understand a word he's saying. Can we bring in someone else to redub all of his lines? And so there are two alternate versions of that movie. One, which is the one that got released, which has got the ADR lines, and the one that's got Schwarzenegger doing the lines. I wonder if there's two versions of Madam Web that has got, it's this one and the one that he recorded.
A decipherable one, presumably. So he's Ezekiel Sims. He's going to be the film's big bad guy.
Shout out to J. Michael Straczynski. He's one of his characters.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. It's going to be weird if you've not seen the film before. Rich, you've not seen the film before? No. Just please don't concentrate on the voice. Concentrate on the 56 seconds of exposition. Not a single word of dialogue has been spoken before this point. Oh, actually, that's a lie. I think there was a little bit. But here we go. This is 56 seconds from 1 minute 44 of the film to 2 minutes 40.
Do you think we're close?
They're almost impossible to find. No one's ever captured one alive.
I agreed to provide security for you because I thought you were close to finding the spider.
Well, it'll be worth the wait. Dead specimens show that the peptides in the spider's venom, they supercharge their cellular structure.
A spider can give superhuman strength and power like las arañas.
Las arañas? Yeah. Mythical spider people who run across the treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch. I like to base my research in science, not legends, Mr. Sims.
Those powers are wasted here.
These little spiders have the potential to cure hundreds of diseases.
Right, so in 56 seconds we have the spiders are impossible to find. I'm here searching for spiders. He's agreed to provide security for her because he thought she was close to finding the spider. She says, well, the spiders are important because peptides in spider venom can supercharge cellular structure. He says, oh, superhuman strength. Right, and you think, okay, well, that was a lot. Also, like the Aranas, the mythical spider people who roam these forests. Yeah, the Laceranas people, the mythical spider people who run across treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch. But I don't believe in that. I believe in science. That's my character, not myth. There's more. Those spiders are wasted here because he wants to take them out into the real world and have power there. And she says they can cure loads of diseases. Also, I'm pregnant.
Yeah.
That is the first 56 seconds of the movie's dialogue.
Okay. I think if I had control of this movie, if I was in one of the board meetings, if I was in one of the screenings of this movie, do you know what I would say?
Tell him more.
Cut this scene. Start this movie in 2003 with Dakota Johnson.
Yeah.
Because we watch this scene again in full later on in the movie when she has a flashback to it.
I think they actually probably got round a lot of the reshoots by doubling up on footage. Because... You know the old Simpsons joke where they paid the Roadrunner voiceover lady to just say beep once?
Yeah.
And doubled it up in post.
Or actually for like realsy Simpsons, if they do the circus couch gag, that's because the episode has run short.
Right.
That is their shortcut to, we need to get this to a full-length episode, but we've not written enough and animated enough. Put the circus gag in there.
Much like an Australian reality TV show format, about 20% of this movie is recaps of things that have happened using the same footage.
Yes.
Which is part of her whole power. She can see bits of the future. I
would also argue, I don't think Dakota Johnson is not the only bad actor in this movie because I don't think she's particularly great either. She has a really bad line delivery just here. In fact.
I think she's all right. Because I've watched this scene so many times. These 56 seconds I've watched so many times.
No. She's trying her best to keep me from working. But I'm not going to let her do that.
I think she's quite bad.
I think she's trying though. Should we now dive into the guy's voice?
Before that, she then thanks him for that umbrella. Mm-hmm. But because I had previously written in my Google Doc, she is pregnant, it tried to autocorrect me or try to guess what I was going to write to umbilical cord.
Ah.
Because like it was the AI of Google Docs was trying to anticipate what I was writing about.
And that's what Dakota Johnson's afraid of. Because that would have written a better movie than this first scene. Yeah. That's a good point, actually. Maybe if Dakota Johnson's afraid of AI stealing movie work, make better movies that AI can't do.
According to her, it was a good movie when she signed on to it in 2019 or in 2020, whenever it was. She did sign on for a good movie. It just became not a good movie by the end of it.
So, did we notice his voice? do you know anything about the voice? I've not heard. So I'll just play a bit.
No one's ever captured one alive.
It's a spider.
I agreed to provide security for you because
is his mouth moving?
I thought you were close to finding the spider.
Not in that scene there.
Will it be worth the wait?
Not in that shot, rather.
Dead specimens show that the peptides in the spider's venom, they supercharge their cellular structure.
That spider can give superhuman strength and power.
The words don't feel connected to his physical mouth.
Yeah, again, using The Simpsons, there are times when they have to rewrite dialogue after it's been animated and re-record it. So they just the mouth movements are all just slightly off from what the original line was.
So is there any production news on this? I couldn't find anything anywhere.
No, it's just. But I think a lot of the dialogue, a lot of Dakota Johnson's dialogue sounds like it's ADR. Like any time Johnson is not on screen and there is dialogue being spoken, I guarantee you it's all ADR because it's usually an exposition line.
2003 Denver Broncos. But with him, it is all the way through.
Yeah.
So I feel like they've decided all your audio was rubbish. We're going to get someone else to do all of your audio in post.
I actually think even in that first line there, it sounds like two different people have read the line and it changes halfway through it.
Or structure.
That spider can give superhuman strength and power like Lhasa.
That one, or was it the first one? There's this one, yeah.
I agreed to provide security for you because I thought you were close.
Because I thought...
4 times. I agreed to provide security for you because I thought you were close to it.
They fired the person 6 seconds into the film.
But you have to pay them union rates.
Yeah. Yeah, so we just don't know why the main villain, and he always feels like he never has many close-up shots when he's speaking. I think they've edited around his voice not matching his performance.
Anyway, shock, surprise, he's the baddie.
Yes.
You know, you've effectively told us in that scene, I'm the baddie. I only did this because I thought you were close to it. I don't think the spiders should be here. And then he tries to, when she finds one, she runs back to camp sort of like 10 seconds after this and be like, hey, that impossible thing to find, I found one and I've got it in a jar. Yeah. And then he comes out and he shoots everyone. And he tries to wrestle the jar out of her hands and in the process shoots her. And then we get my first big laugh out loud moment of this when Las Arañas show up.
So he gets all of his plot out as well in this in this scene where he's talking about how that he's been searching for this spider for years. But yeah, as you said, the spider's just found off screen.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, found it, guys. Wait, it's here.
I think part of it, though, at least the argument the film might provide, I'm just playing devil's avocado here, is that this is fate.
Right, the spider found her.
Yes.
Still could show it, though.
Oh,
where like she, maybe she falls down a ravine.
Yeah.
And she's like, and then the spider walks up to her.
The problem was she was holding a 1963 diary. They're like, well, can't use that shot anymore.
Also, maybe just like if you're chopping it up to provide some dramatic intrigue and tension throughout the film, if you were to start the film in 2003 like you proposed, these could be dream sequences that she starts to have when she's asleep.
Yeah.
And then you do bits of the movie.
Which
reveal more and more of what happened as her powers develop.
That's really good, actually. That's actually so much more interesting because one of the questions I had about this movie is, does she get her powers because she dies? Because she doesn't have her powers before then. She's got all the venom and DNA within her, but she shows no signs of clairvoyancy until she dies.
Yeah. Well, I think you're probably right. We'll put a pin in that for when we get to her death. So here he talks about his backstory. I've been searching for the spider for years. Nobody helped my family. First off, we never hear about his family again. We never hear about what happened to him to make him want to get the spider. And crucially, the character motivation. We have no idea what he wants the spider for. But we never find out what he's created. Though. He looks kind of rich.
Well, that's it. Like the visually, the movie tells you that because he had the spider, he became very rich and wealthy because he doesn't age.
Yeah,
because he sort of stays young forever. So that's visually the movie.
He's
tells
just
you
got
that.
like a penthouse thing. He's got suits with no shoes.
The lady says it's a really nice apartment. That is the movie visually and audibly telling you that this has brought him a lot of success.
But he doesn't have a company from what there's no scene of where he walks into Ezekiel Enterprises and there's thousands of people
This film is
working.
2 hours long. We did not need more scenes.
It's an hour 50 long, and we absolutely needed more scenes.
It is not. It is an hour 57. It says so right there. An hour 56. I will grant you.
That's all
I
the
will
fun
grant
subtitle credits.
I will grant you 10 minutes of that is credits.
He has one person working for him.
This film is longer than
Ever.
Spider-Man 3. I just want you to know that.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Spider-Man 3 is like 2 hours 20.
I'll go back and I'll find this in a
Yeah.
second. I'm pretty sure it was longer.
But look, what happens here is, because I do also want to blame the female director. Not for being a female. Just thought it was important to point out it's a very lady-led production.
You could have just said a director.
Yeah, but I don't. I see gender. I think to not point it out is more disrespectful.
I actually think it's good to highlight that now, because I also think that is one of this film's central problems, is it doesn't know which audience it's making this film for. We'll come on to that when Sydney Sweeney arrives.
So the S.J. Clarks is her name. She has mostly worked in TV.
Yeah, she did some episodes of Jessica Jones and The Defenders.
The pilot episode of Jessica Jones, I believe, which, is a decent show on Netflix.
I liked it.
She directed the Succession episode where they go, it's called Amsterdam. I think it's called Amsterdam. The joke is they never go there. It's the stag party episode in series 1.
Yeah.
Where Tom gets a fellatio from a lady, and then she kisses him and passes his ejaculate back into his mouth.
It's called a snowball.
And he said,
we've seen Clerks.
he says it's one of my all-time favorite lines. It's like a closed system. And she was also one of the producers behind the Life on Mars series, which is an extraordinary accomplishment of mid-noughties British TV.
Mid-noughties, set in the 70s.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
That was her contribution. I think we're gonna have any period appropriate music. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you like David Bowie?
I don't think this is a well-directed film. I think obviously the performances, there's many aspects to a director, but for a big production like this, I would say they're quite limited in the auteur impact they can have on a movie. So it's pretty much the performances you can get out of the characters and the visual direction of the main scenes, because you'll have second units doing a lot of the other stuff. But I imagine when you get into the edit, that might be largely taken away from you. I think this is badly directed, not just because of the performances, but because it becomes 24 out of nowhere. Look at the crash zooms on this.
Oh, okay. Okay, Rich, I'm going to need you here because you're a production guy. Yeah, because I've got a very specific question I want to ask here, because I'm pretty certain I know what I'm going to say.
All right.
And what I'm going to say is correct.
So before this, it was a normally two-shot sort of movie, and then it becomes 24. When she's just come out of the jungle and said, "Hey guys, don't worry, I found it."
Yeah.
Incredible, isn't it? Something so small, so much power. What are you doing? I don't understand.
I've been searching for that spider for years.
No, we could help so many people.
I'm not interested in helping people. No one helped me when my family was gone. My road was not as clear as yours. We didn't have the same choices.
You're making the wrong decision.
Give me the spider.
No, you're making the wrong decision.
Give it to me. Give it to me. You could just walk away.
She shot her right in the baby.
So my question is, those are digital, right? Thank you. Yes, that's exactly it. That was not shot that way. That is committee. That's
done in the edit.
That is done in the edit. That is some executive sat there and be like, this isn't actiony enough. Can you put some zooms in? So they do these mad digital zooms into the footage. That's why it looks so jarring.
They felt that 4 minutes into the movie, they were already bored.
Yeah.
Let's put some crash zooms on.
Dexter Fletcher did that movie for Amazon Prime. He did an Amazon Studios movie. And the whole concept, the conceit of the movie is you don't know which of them is the action star until halfway through the movie. And then one of them reveals, I'm the action star. And that's the gag of the movie. But the Amazon studio said, yeah, but the algorithm tells us you have to have an action scene right at the start of the movie, otherwise people will click off from it. So they have an action scene at the start of the movie that reveals which one of them is the action star,
Right.
which Dexter Fletcher then said, kind of doesn't make the movie work anymore. That is algorithm right there. That is someone being like, the algorithm says you need to have something actiony in the first 4 minutes, otherwise people will get bored. Bearing in mind, by your own admission, the first 4 minutes of this film have been nothing but people telling you things.
Okay, I take it back, SJ. You're mostly responsible for the performances.
100% responsible for a lot of the bad performances.
Yeah, so then he shot her in the baby, and we get your favorite part. That's exactly what happened. He shot her in the baby.
But then, all right, just so we're all clear, right? This is a Spider-Man movie, yeah. But just in case you're not aware,
Spider. Run away!
off he runs.
I must quickly get out of here.
Las Arañas are dressed like Spider-Man.
Yeah, I found that funny.
They have got Spider-Man costumes on.
But it's kind of like in branches.
They are painted red, and they've got branches around them that are designed to look like Spider-Man's webbing, which makes me think that when Spider-Man was bitten by the radioactive spider, the venom within that was designed to make you go like, now you're pushing your costume design down a certain path to look like Las Arañas, which is what we're all from. But these are not the radioactive spiders that Spider-Man is bitten from.
Oh, is that canon?
Well, no, but because these are spiders that are born this way.
But they might have got Oscorp might have got one of those spiders and juiced it up even more.
I mean, maybe.
Well, they don't need. This is never explained, but in my head, if you're going to be a Lacerana, you go through decades of physical, mental training to get to this level. I don't think you're bitten by a spider and it automatically happens.
I disagree because
So
they are definitely bitten by spiders, but they're not bitten by radioactive spiders.
Yeah.
Rhino wasn't bitten by a radioactive rhino.
Are you sure? I've seen the picture. I thought Laceranas, by the way, if you weren't paying attention, are the mythical spider people who run across treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch.
You're ready to watch some really like naff CGI of them running across the building? This is pretty fun. It's proper naff.
So I watched this.
About 5 minutes into this movie.
Yeah. So I thought Las Arañas, surely they've got a big comic book lineage. Because why would they be here? Why would it be set in Peru, all this stuff, if you weren't riffing off a pre-existing source? These are totally invented for the movie.
Well, that's because Madam Web isn't really an interesting character with like a huge amount of like big lore to sort of dive in from. She's just blind and can see the future.
But then you could take other parts of Spider-Man's very interesting universe and use something from there instead. Madam Web, she can go across the Spider-Verse in parts.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's that awesome episode where she kind of brings together all of the Spider-Men. That's an awesome shit.
Yeah, from the animated Spider-Man series in the 90s.
Yeah, the 90s animated. That's the thing I know Madam Web from. So you're saying that they should have... What are you arguing they should have done?
I'm saying it feels like they've twisted themselves in knots to get Las Arañas in. To get some mythical jungle-based spider community. But I don't understand why you would do that if you didn't... You came up... It's an idea that so doesn't fit with anything Spider-Man that I just assumed it was lifted from a comic book.
I am going to completely agree with you, because I think if you remove all of this Peruvian Amazon stuff, you then don't have the roadblock you hit 3/4 of the way through the movie, where she has to casually fly back to Peru for exposition. If you'd have set all of this within New York, and this was radioactive spiders, the same ones that Peter Parker were bitten by, then you don't have to have her casually fly to Peru.
Yeah. So I watched the first time I watched it with my partner. And, you had already asked me, who's this movie for? And my partner doesn't really vibe with superhero movies, but she's always liked Spider-Man. And I think that's one of Spider-Man's enduring appeals. He does break through to the mainstream more than your other comic book characters. Her old email address had Spider-Woman in it. That's how much she likes Spider-Man. But I said, are you interested in Spider-Man, the character? Or are you interested in the idea of spiders as this larger superhero thing that maybe have a jungle franchise? And she was like, no, just interested in Spider-Man.
Bingo! And that is why Sony were wrong in 2017 when Homecoming was a hit.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like this movie undervalues Spider-Man.
Yeah,
Because
anyone
now there's
can be Spider-Man.
Because now there's fucking loads of them. There's a bad Spider-Man, there's 3 Spider-Women, there's a Spider-Lady who can see the future. There's just so what's special about Spider-Man?
Can't move for Spider-Man down in Peru.
That's what I mean. Look how many Spider-Men there are. Because there's loads of them in this scene.
Are there? There's only... Because we only ever see 2.
No, we don't. There's loads of them, isn't there? Look, there's one there.
Where?
There.
Oh, they're up on the thing.
Yeah, they're up and around. They're all like watching around.
Oh, I just thought it was these 2 spiders, but one's a Spider-Woman. She's got a shaved head. Is there one in the back?
Yeah.
So what, we're thinking there's max 8?
She also said there's a tribe of them.
What's a tribe? When's a pile a pile?
Okay, 1 second. I'll Google that.
I don't think you'll find a numerical value.
But you want to bet? How many
Spider-Man
people are in a tribe? Almost any number.
Yeah.
According to Quora.
So we.
However, anthropologists regard the number of about 150.
We never see. We see this guy again.
Yeah.
We never see the bald woman or shaved head woman also in there with her delivering the baby. So she dies.
Yes.
The spider bites the baby.
Well, it bites her with the intention of saving her, but it doesn't work, and she dies.
But the baby who's been shot.
Well, the baby didn't get shot. She got shot.
I think it was a shot in the tummy, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it's vague as to where she got shot.
Okay, so the baby survived the gunshot and the mother's death, but some of the powers were transferred from the spider bite through to the baby.
Yes, because...
How does the baby end up in the New York foster system? Because this is Peru. I don't know how much contact the spider tribe have.
Not only that, but later on we're going to see her birth certificate. It's very documented. Birthplace, Las Arañas.
I cannot figure out how this baby gets sent back to New York when there's no surviving family members.
And if you just set this movie in New York, fixes a whole bunch of issues.
Can't have the spider people.
Maybe it's like the start of the Super Mario Brothers movie, where the lady gets out of the sewers and she runs to a church and she drops it in front of the church, and that is the opening of the Super Mario Brothers movie while she's being chased by King Koopa.
So what, they get on a plane, economy? Yeah, the spider people with the baby.
Yeah. And drop her off in front of...
Passport documentation? So they're probably not getting on an actual flight. No. They're smuggling this baby.
Well, have you seen the way they run? They probably just ran there.
Yep. Smuggling this baby from Peru.
And dropped her in front of the...
To the east coast of America.
And drop her in front of the paramedics. And that's how she becomes a paramedic.
She's raised by paramedics.
Yeah.
Like Baloo in the Jungle Book.
Exactly.
Sorry, Mowgli in the Jungle Book.
Yeah, and that's how she becomes a paramedic. I think visually the movie tells you that.
So I don't know if you remember this film, but I was watching this bit and I was like, God, it feels so mid-noughties. And I thought, it feels more than mid-noughties. It feels very specifically Queen of the Damned. Do you remember that film?
Of course I know. Korn.
Yeah,
Jonathan Davis of Korn does the soundtrack for it. He's in the movie. My next note here is, it is now 2003. Dakota is an FDNY paramedic and she's driving erratically and is a terrible actor.
Yep.
Here we go. 7 minutes. It's one of my favourite line readings.
There's a blockbuster! Because that could be the 90s.
Could be the 90s.
It could be the same place they filmed Captain Marvel.
So here we go. Bearing in mind she's got to drive erratically because she has got someone in the back there. So she's got to try and get through some of this traffic.
210 with a 42-year-old female, code 3.
Cassia lost the pulse. I'm starting compressions now.
Ben,
Oh, you're going to see a lot of compressions.
Oh, you want to come take over? I can drive.
She's not going room temp on my watch.
Adam Scott's not doing chest compressions. This is Yeah's Miles Away. Yeah. Sorry.
Come on!
That is not the tone of someone who's in a hurry. Come on.
Come on. There's a lady dying in the back. Come on.
Come on. Ben, do you want to drive?
So Ben Parker, played by Adam Scott from Parks and Rec, Severance. Love Adam Scott.
Yeah.
One of the funniest things in Step Brothers.
Yeah.
An already incredibly funny movie.
So great. He had his nipples surgically removed because he's not a woman.
He plays Uncle Ben.
Yes. Well, he plays Ben Parker. He's not Uncle Ben yet.
So this is almost Uncle Ben Year Zero?
Yeah, this is an
As a
Uncle Ben
prologue?
origin movie.
Yeah. Uncle Ben Origins. Was that one of the things they greenlit? Was it going to be him and Aunt May? And he says he used to be in the army. Now he's a paramedic. So it's that's a cool way to get from somewhere to somewhere.
Also, because you don't specify which war, could be Iraq, could be Desert Storm. We don't know which one.
Could be Iraq. You don't know. I will say, and that there's going to be a lot of things that are set up that are not paid off on. When I hear a character in one of their opening few lines say, "I used to be in the army," I then expect those skills to have to play in later in the film. Of course, he does the paramedic stuff.
Yeah.
But shouldn't he get a gun somewhere near the end of the film? When he's defending the girls, he's like, "Don't worry, this is the army training."
Yeah, that's what we wanted. Uncle Ben, action hero.
Why not, Luke? But you agree, right? That they say a thing and it's never...
Because you're missing the bigger one. They set up chest compressions. And that is going to be a big part of this movie, is chest compressions. It comes up 4 times.
Oh, it's more than 4 times.
I'm talking about 4 key moments.
Chest compressions are effectively the sonic screwdriver for these paramedics. Oh, this guy's got internal bleeding. Chest compressions. This guy has had a heart attack. Chest compressions.
There are more chest compressions in this movie than there are action scenes.
My partner, who I watched it with, does all the first aid courses. And granted, this is set in 2003. I don't know where the chest compressions literature is at that point. But now, you do chest compressions to keep someone alive for when the EMTs get there.
Yeah.
EMTs don't then come along and do chest compressions. They use defibrillators.
Oh, we get to see one of those later on.
Where?
That's how she shocks him. She shocks the
yeah, but not on a person, on a vehicle.
Yeah. Well, you can't give chest compressions. That was never going to knock him off the roof, was it?
She's a terrible paramedic. She's a terrible superhero. She's a terrible daughter.
On that note, I mean, we'll talk about this actually when it first comes up.
It's so difficult to not want to talk about all the things that are wrong right now.
So, and during all of this action sequence, action beat, I suppose, as she's driving erratically, dude, come on. She bumps into Lucky from Ghostbusters Afterlife.
AKA Attitude.
Who's going to be one of the girls later on.
And Attitude flips her off.
Hey, Ollie.
I'm gonna get roped in.
Do you want a Pepsi?
Ooh, is that a delicious ice cold Pepsi?
Oh, right out of the vending machine.
Yeah, I'll have one of those, mate.
Oh, thank you. So I'm really looking forward to having a Pepsi right now.
Yeah. I wonder how many more Pepsis I'll have throughout the course of this movie.
I wonder if the final action sequence will take place at a Pepsi factory.
Ezekiel Sims' death brought to you by Pepsi Cola. So I didn't know this before researching. Marvel have a brand deal with Coca-Cola?
Yeah. That sounds
So
about
they
right.
all drink Coke in their
Well, I think that's
films.
probably more of a Disney thing, because
Right.
Disney are very connected to like McDonald's, and McDonald's are very connected to Coca-Cola, and it's all like brand tie and stuff, isn't it?
But this is a Sony movie, so
Yeah.
Pepsi.
In the same way that in a Sony movie, you don't have Apple products.
Yeah.
You will have Sony phones
Uh-huh.
or Sony TVs, because
Brand
fuck
integration,
You,
yeah.
Fuck you, Apple. So this scene is designed here to let you know that her name is Cassie Webb. To let you know, good job she took on her mother's surname as well.
How would she know?
Yeah, well, she's got a documentation. She's got a birth certificate. It's later on in her thing, her briefcase full of exposition.
Yes, yeah.
So Cassie Webb, this scene is designed here to let you know she's not a nice person.
She's a bitch.
She's a horrible, horrible person who is... She doesn't like children and doesn't seem to like humans, because in the next scene with her and Ben, she's actively avoiding trying to go to a social function because she doesn't want to have to interact with people.
In this scene as well, Sydney Sweeney makes her debut.
Yeah.
She's there because she is the stepdaughter of the woman they just saved the life of.
Yes.
And the father and son, like the son is the person who gives a drawing to Cassie, and Cassie says, what shall I do with this?
Yeah.
Like, what? Surely you've dealt with kids before in your job.
Yeah. But
You know what? I actually know a few paramedics,
Mhm.
or like people who work in hospital.
brag.
All really nice people, all really chatty, all have great personal skills. I'd say it's a pretty fundamental skill of a paramedic.
I would say you want to have some pretty good bedside manner
Yeah.
with people as they are, potentially near death.
But then the father and son, like Cassie's like, oh, shall I come and... not Cassie, Sydney.
Yeah.
Shall I come and visit
Glasses.
the girl, the mum as well? And they're like, I think it's better just us two. So you're sowing those seeds early on that Sydney Sweeney's relationship with her family isn't tight.
In the same way that you've set up that Lucky from Ghostbusters Afterlife has got an attitude problem because she flips off a paramedic.
But yeah, in this next scene with Ben Parker and Cassie Webb, Ben says, I've met someone. And Cassie goes, oh, yeah, whatever. And Ben Parker goes, no, it's actually serious. Who do you think it is?
Hey, audience!
Oh.
They may as well turn to you and wink at the camera. Some of this shite is awful in this movie. And I'm going to preface this now. There is a line that they say later on in this movie that I would have corrected and I would have changed in the script writing process to be a reference to Spider-Man.
Oh, really? Okay.
And which I think they actually did miss out on. But if I'd have written it on paper, I think it would have been good. But I think if you'd have put it into practice, it would have been like proper cringy and awful.
So this whole bit, again, Ben Parker really is just a character here to give someone Cassie to talk to.
And to give you, the audience who like Spider-Man, your connection to Spider-Man.
Because he in no way ties into the actual film.
Oh, he's in the final act of the movie.
Yeah, but
he drives Mary to the hospital, and she then gives birth. And in the same hospital that Dakota Johnson's in, when she gives, and Mary gives birth to young Peter Parker.
Yeah, but I would say he is completely not necessary to the plot.
No, Ben's role, Adam Scott's role in this movie, is to make references to Spider-Man lore, and pretty much that is it. In this scene, it's like, hey, I'm dating someone. I can't tell you what her name is, but we all know who it is. Later on, he facilitates a baby shower for Emma Roberts, who is the mother of Peter Parker. And the whole thing is, what are we going to call the baby when he comes out? And then later on, it is to make an Uncle Ben joke.
Yes, yeah. I also think he's probably required to give Cassie a bit more of a softer side. So it's like, oh, someone does know that there's a good person in there.
I agree, but
that comes out.
Doesn't need to be Uncle Ben.
Yeah,
it could have been Michael Epps.
So because Ben Parker has now said I've met someone, and I feel like it's insinuated him and Cassie have had a romantic relationship in the past.
Yeah.
Just like that, there's a brief moment where she goes, "Oh, okay."
Well,
and the way he tells it to her, like, "Look, I've met someone serious, so we can't do our thing anymore."
I thought that sigh was more Oh, we all know who it is then. Like, me and the audience know who you're referring to.
So then I feel like that's quite an important plot point, not just for Uncle Ben, of course, but for Cassie. So really, there should be a subplot to this movie, which is Cassie having to deal with letting Ben go to find the love of his life.
You're absolutely right. This does need to be a longer film.
No, not a longer film.
That's what you keep arguing for.
No,
you keep wanting to add scenes to this movie.
Get rid of the other bad scenes.
Which bad scene? Anyway, they do fortune cookie jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also a joke about the future.
Yeah.
Because soon enough she's going to be able to see that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's clever, right? So then she heads home. And in all of this, she finds basically that lad from Spider-Man 3, or actually the rent control guy, Rent, trying to get rent from the third of our Spider Women girls.
Science.
But she says there that her dad's not around. He'll get his money at some point. And then Cass welcomes in a stray cat, just to reiterate, because it is said in the scene previous that she is a stray on her own. She was a foster kid. And this is kind of part of her character. She is bitter about the world because she's a foster kid. Mm-hmm. A foster kid who thinks that her mother didn't like her enough, and that is why she was in foster care.
This first scene of her in her apartment, in her home, is meant to show you that she does have a soft side, because she directly says to Ben, I'm not going to adopt a pet. And then here we see her behind closed doors. She's feeding a stray cat. She has kept the drawing that the boy did for her, and she puts that in her keepsafe box.
Oh, did she put it in the briefcase?
Yeah.
I thought she just went to that briefcase to look at the exposition stuff. Because
No, there was a reason. She went to the case because that's where she keeps all the things that are important.
Because I thought that was there also because it's a one. I think this might be a lovely little bit of ADR. I might just skip ahead. There was Sydney Sweeney there to skip past. We might lose the internet. I'll come back to that in a second, because I think that's a good bit of ADR right there.
So after that, they rescue a guy from a car on the bridge. And this is the... Oh, you're going to find the ADR line.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she does put it in there. You're right. See, there you go. Birth certificates. It's got a footprint on it and everything.
Can you see? Can you enhance? Decadent. Enhance.
She's now looking at photos of her mother.
Sad music.
Mm-hmm.
More stuff.
Mm-hmm. Peru, what you know.
So this was all sent back with her?
Yeah.
I assume she's got this from the relevant authorities.
From Las Arañas.
Las Arañas gave this to the foster system?
Yeah.
So and the foster system then gave it all to her
yeah.
when she was old enough.
Hope the spiders were worth it, Mom.
Some executive was there at a screening. I was like, what was that scene for?
I'm confused!
Why did we spend so long with her looking at all of the stuff in the suitcase? What was that all about? Oh, it's because she's upset that her mum kind of gave up on her. She went looking for spiders rather than trying to care about. I don't think that's clear enough. Can we have a line where she really hammers that home?
That or some crash zooms. One of the two. So after that, she's called into work, paramedic style, and there is a guy, he's sort of flipped his car, it's hanging off the bridge. Very Spidey, I'd say, anything hanging off a bridge about to fall into the sea.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they, Ben Parker helps her get the guy out of the car, but she's in the car falls over the side, and she plunges into the water.
Yeah, because oddly, he was the balance point of that car.
Yeah.
Because them being in it together didn't make it go over the edge, but him not being in the car made it go over the edge.
But then when she's underwater, where she dies, as to your point earlier, she has a vision sequence.
Yeah, the Doctor Strange stuff.
Yeah, it's Doctor Strange stuff. And I've got here Ben reading her blood pressure. She hears that. A blue balloon popping. That's from the baby shower. We'll get later. Blood on her hands from her police friend who dies. Spoiler. There's a pigeon.
Yep,
we get.
There's you hear Zeke say, or at least whoever did the voice of Ezekiel saying, "You can't save all three," which is one of the action beats later on when she does actually use her astral projection stuff.
Allegedly, he says that. Yeah. We get a pigeon, which is when she really starts to find her powers. Fireworks from the end scene, and also the giant S. from the Pepsi. Final battle's Pepsi Cola sign that ultimately kills the villain.
Yes.
Now, I want to say a bit about the use the web to be in more than one place at the same time, which I think it's from the Uranus guy, not from Ezekiel.
Yes, we find that's much later on in the movie.
Yeah. So the end of the film and sort of the big climactic Neo Matrix moment when she taps into the full range of her powers is when she can extremely lamely help three people at the same time. She can be in three different places at the same time, which is a really... I can imagine an EMT, a paramedic, really wanting that. Because I bet as a paramedic, you want to save everybody.
There's actually, during the next action beat scene, the one where Michael Epps dies, there is a lot of, she's kind of needed in 4 different places to help everyone.
I think, and please don't say that I'm just trying to make this movie longer again. There needs to be a scene here, and it could be the same scene where she falls and drowns and dies, where she is trying to save 3 people.
Well, we do. That's the scene I was just talking about. When they're outside the fireworks factory...
She's not trying to save 3 people at the same time.
No, but she's being called to lots of different locations all at the same time. She's trying to accomplish 3 different things.
But she only helps one person.
Well, that's because she's only one person.
Exactly.
So the scene you're after is in the movie.
No.
Yes,
that
it is.
Next scene is so bad. Don't you bring that scene up to me.
I know, but you're asking that scene to be what it is.
No, that is, but it's not. That's not told in that scene.
Yes, it is.
No, the focus of that scene is that she doesn't know whether to trust her own visions against her friend O'Neill who dies in the car accident.
While also being called to help, so she could have helped Michael Epps while also helping Uncle Ben.
It's not about trying to save multiple people, that scene. It's about trying to save one individual person.
It exactly is about that, because the whole line is she wants to drive, and Michael Epps tells her, you can't drive this, you need to go help Ben.
Yeah.
So she can't be in 2 places at once. That is exactly what that scene is trying to do.
No.
And it's not even the scene I like. And here I am defending it.
No. I will just respectfully disagree here. I think that scene is designed... and we'll come on to it, to talk about her powers and whether she trusts her powers to save one individual person.
Yeah, it accomplishes 2 goals.
She is doubting her powers, not the idea that she needs to be in 2 places at once.
You're just asking to add in, you're asking to add in an extra scene in a scene that does all of that.
3 people. We need 3 clearly, one of the greatest scenes in Spider-Man movie history is the final scene, the final action scene of the first Spider-Man movie.
Awesome.
Where the Green Goblin makes him choose between Mary Jane or this school bus of kids. It's so innocent and it's the girl or the world. It's a moral choice. That's what we need in this scene, where we have several people that she wants to save, but they're all in different bits of gonna die, and she ends up...
That's there, though. It's in that scene. It's not good. I'm not saying that it's a well-done scene, but that is what that scene's there for.
We need 3 clear people, right, that she's trying to save in this scene.
Or a studio exec.
And you get some crash scenes. We need 3 clear people, and she tries to save them all, and overextending herself means that all 3 of them die, and she falls over the side of the bridge anyway and also dies. And when Ben rescues her, that's when you do an ADR line of Ben that just says, you can't save everybody. Because the end of the movie is her getting the power to save everybody.
That is a good line. I'm pretty sure Michael Epps does say something fairly similar to that, though, when she says, I want to drive the car.
Okay.
We'll find out when we get to it.
she's rescued from the... Do you want to say anything about the vision sequence?
No, particularly, it's a rip-off of Doctor Strange. Yeah.
And not very visually well done either.
No.
It's very murky and quite uninspired. So Ben saves her with what?
Chest compressions.
Chest compressions.
Yeah.
But although I've been told when someone's drowned, that is actually the best thing to do because you need to eject the water out of them.
Yeah.
So
it does make sense for the three of them to do it later on then.
Yes, it does, but they do it crappily. We'll get onto their chest compression technique. And it's also poetically not. Only two of them do it? And the whole thing is then they've got to work together. We'll save that for later.
As the studio, they're like, do we need to see all three of them do it?
So she's a mutant in the comics.
Yes. Yeah.
And having a power sort of... I can't remember what they call it, but it's your point as a kid when your powers activate. Yeah,
but obviously Sony don't have mutants because that's a 20th Century Fox thing. It's why Disney, the MCU for so long, didn't have mutants either. What do they call them? The Enhanced.
Yeah.
They gave them a different name. That's why like Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch aren't mutants. So they couldn't do... That's why they had to kind of, I guess, create the Las Arañas to the spider people.
They had to. Their hands are tied. There's no other way to get round Las Arañas. Let me get it. It's the mythical spider people who run across the treetops and punish evil men with their black poison touch.
It's not like this is a series that has a radioactive spider in it that gives people spider powers.
They're actively working against the source material. Anyway, this is when she first starts to see her powers. So by the way, that is just Dakota Johnson's face the entire film. She's nearly died and she had the vision, and now it's a deja vu thing.
Yes.
Where Ben reads her blood pressure, it's not very good, and then it goes up to a good amount, and then it happens again.
It happens again, this time, but she knows what the numbers are going to go to, so Ben is then surprised that she gets it right, and she says, I just want to go home and watch Idol.
Let's listen to the line delivery.
What the hell happened down there?
Fine. I just want to go home and watch Idol.
It's 2003. Idol. So that's a pickup line.
Yes, she could have said something else in one of the original takes.
Do you think that's ADR? I just want to go home and watch Baywatch.
I wonder if it is, because surely she would have said American Idol, because the show's not called Idol.
Oh, that's a good point.
Because I thought it was
down there.
Wait. Watch him.
I just want to go home and watch Idol.
Because
it is actually it is the right mouth movement. But you wouldn't just say Idol. Particularly if you were making a pop culture reference. You would say, I'm going to go home and watch American Idol.
And she kind of stutters. That it's not a clear... It's like, I just want to go and watch...
What the hell happened down there?
Fine. I just want to go home and watch Idol.
Maybe they changed... To me, it looks like it is her delivering the line.
Could be.
Just want to go home and watch Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad line. They do this a lot throughout the whole movie, rather than sort of bake the setting into the characters and the story. It's more just like, here's things. It's very superficial period setting. And that is a very lazy way to say, I'm in 2003, here's the most popular series from 2003. I say the name of it.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right on that one. Also, you can. We then go to our next scene, in which it is the Ezekiel scene.
Yes,
and you can tell this is like Route 1 cheat code. How can we tell people, the audience, that he's a rich guy? You send him to the opera.
Oh, and he's late. He doesn't even respect the opera.
As a baddie.
Yeah.
That I love. When he arrives at the opera, I was like, oh, that is one of my favorite things. Like, it's proper cheat code. How can we visually just convey he's rich at the opera?
Now, one lovely thing we have in Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 is how the plays that Mary Jane performs in and Peter Parker goes to watch reflect the story they're going to have. That you never see the opera being performed.
Because that's not important.
But I also find it. So two things you're missing out on there are that look, here he is in the opera, blah 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 blah. And I think it's mostly just this shot where you cannot see any of the stage. So you both miss out on maybe just 1 5-second shot of an opera person going like, I don't know, I was bitten by a spider and the people from the future are going to kill me.
Yeah.
Something to reflect the story, tonally. But also, this scene feels cheap. This feels like a shortcut round having to pay for an expensive opera thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I think that this scene is just there to convey he is rich. This is a rich person's thing to do. It's an upper class thing to do. And it sets up him meeting this woman.
But they don't fully do it by showing the sort of lavishness of the opera production, which I feel is a cheap thing budget-wise for the film.
And they've already spent $100 million elsewhere. Like, I haven't got time to put on a ballerina thing, have we?
Yeah.
So they then go back to, as she says, a very nice apartment where you also see the spider there as well. And they kiss and then fuck.
She's an older lady, as you can see there. So it seems like a pretty casual, like early days for their relationship.
Well, they're not in a relationship.
They're just...
Well, yeah, he reveals in the next scene. Did you not pick up on this? Why he picks her up?
Yeah, she's in the NSA.
Yeah, and he's after their technology.
But have they been dating for a while?
No, because this is clearly the first time they've met, because he picks her up by like handing her the thing. He's specifically targeted her because he wants the technology the NSA has.
I got from this that we're meant to be on a date. No, I'm late.
No, look, this is a little bit of politeness. Look. See, she doesn't know him.
See,
that she doesn't know him in that moment. And she wouldn't know him because she said, what a nice apartment you have.
I got from that look of, you're late. You're late to our date that we said we're going to be in. And then he hands her the program.
The next bit is... flirty banter, because that's the first time they've met.
I feel like that's an olive branch, though.
Yeah,
for him, because he's late to their 5th date.
I don't think it is.
Do you think she puts out on the first date?
Well, she clearly does. They go and bone.
Rich, what do you? How far along in their relationship do you think they are? Body language wise.
I'm not entirely sure. The 3 seconds I've seen.
My read of it was this is the first time they've met.
Ultimately, I'm not going to argue on this point. I don't care.
Good. I'm going to skip ahead, though, because I want to show you my next favourite bit of ADR.
Yes.
And the one that made me laugh out loud a lot is because he then has a nightmare while he's in bed. Just bearing in mind as well, when you get to it, there's a lot of, like, if you're not listening to watching the video version of this, a lot of flashy images in this. You might not be able to quite tell what's going on, so you do need a line that can convey what is happening in this scene.
Where's my spider? They took my spider.
So, because visually he is all old,
yes,
because the spider has been taken away from him. The visually is telling you this is the future and something has changed. But someone sat there and was like, I don't get it. What's going on? So they have this, it's such a clunky line read as well. Like, it's so awesome.
Where's my spider? They took my spider.
Where's my spider?
Where's my spider?
They took my spider.
And because it's a dream sequence, you don't need it to match his mouth.
Exactly!
But then I'm like, oh, well, I've watched this thing, which is clearly in the future. We get there's your hero shot of the spider girls who are going to kill him.
This is a big part of the trailer, was the reveal that, Sydney Sweeney is going to be Spider-Woman. You're going to have like 3 of them. They're all in costume and everything. this is really the only time you see it.
Oh yeah, it's the only time you see it.
Well,
Apart
later
from
on, like just before the end credits, when Madam Web is doing her like final line of exposition, you do see them have like one action scene each.
You get 30 seconds of hero shots.
Yes,
it's not an actual scene.
And apparently, from what I read, Sydney Sweeney. Oh no, it's the just before that. Had to really argue to get that shot in the movie because she read a lot of Spider-Woman comics before taking on the role, and she was like, "Oh, she always hangs upside down."
Yeah.
In this, so we need to have a shot where the character, because that's what the fans are going to expect to see. So apparently, she had to fight tooth and nail to get that shot in the movie.
Thank you, Sydney Sweeney, because I really do feel like this is a movie not made for comics.
Comic book fans, yeah. Again, I don't know who this movie is made for.
But I also think, because I don't want people to hear that and go, well, yeah, the only way is that you go deep, deep, deep into comic book lore. Because if anything, I think the MCU have gone too far into comics.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree
and
with
the
that.
multiverse idea, while I actually quite like it, has lost many of the casuals, as it were, like my partner. But after the dream sequence, there's a hero shot. I'm confused. What was that? Was that real? Did that happen?
Bad dream?
It's not a dream. I'm gonna be murdered one day.
Thank you. So that's just in case you're confused about it. And then he goes along to talk about all the advancements in tracking people, the NSA. I don't know why she's not more weirded out earlier.
Well, she is. So this is the scene I like. I think this scene is actually...
What?
I think this scene is pretty good. Genuinely, I think this is a really well done sequence.
As in, what, with the dream sequence?
No. This sequence that comes after it. So when he wakes up and she kind of is all like freaked out in bed, because he then starts to say like, I'm going to be murdered one day. It's going to be these three women. They're going to get powers and they're going to come find me. How would you react if you saw who was going to murder you? And she's going like, oh, we're all going to, die one day. And she even says a bit of a buzzkill because he's talking about being murdered and stuff.
It's
because
more than a buzzkill.
Because they've never met before.
Okay, well then it's weirder.
Well, that's it. And
she's
she's acting like it's weird. And then she starts to like, she's going to leave. But he then starts talking about, there's this technology that the NSA has. And then starts to, and it is like, man, this is really clunky exposition. But you see on her face, she's starting to realize why he's telling her this and why he is starting to like target her. Because she is an NSA agent. And then he poisons her when she goes to get a weapon to attack him. And then he gets the code from her. So what could be a clunky scene of exposition where he reveals the visions and he's going to be killed in the future and he knows the three girls that are going to kill him is all done as a plot point to set up how he gets the technology to find the three girls that he's trying to track down. I do think it's quite well constructed and the reveal of it's pretty good.
It's a low bar though.
It's the best thing in the film.
You're saying this scene, you like this scene because they've managed to do exposition while also having an element of action and suspense around it?
Hey, no other scene manages it.
Just one thing on that.
It's not a vision. It's our curse.
What are you doing?
Also reveals his powers.
How does she know he's poisoning her?
Because she can feel it.
How does she know what poison feels like?
She can feel it in her fingers. You feel it in her toes. Poison is all around her.
Well, why wouldn't she go?
And so the death grows.
Why wouldn't she go? Ow! What are you doing?
Yeah, I mean,
how does she know she's being poisoned?
Well, we've got to get there.
Best scene. Best scene in the whole film.
I think it is arguably. I think this is one of the few very well done scenes that are in this movie, which does not have a lot of them.
I think you're on crack. I think this is absolutely barely functional.
I disagree. That one line I think is a bit clunky, but the rest of it works totally fine.
Uninspired. Also, this is a chance for the villain to get across a bit more of his aims. Like
he is. He wants to find the girls because he wants to kill them. Like that is like this scene does accomplish
How did he get
that.
all his money? How did he get all his money?
The spider. He's been alive for so long. He's got a nice apartment.
So
she said that.
So yeah, and he's like, oh wow, how can you afford this?
That's not the question you asked. She was at the opera. He's rich.
Wow, what line of business did you say you were in again?
Well, you don't.
And then he goes like, "Oh, I'm in the spider business."
We got to get there. We got to get there.
Best scene in the film.
Yeah, I think it is. What would you say is the best scene in the film then? What scene is as functionally complete as that accomplishes a fair number of things? Now, granted, there's a scene you want in this movie which is there, but you missed it because you're dumb. But there is a scene that so maybe that's the best scene in the movie, but you're only just realizing that now.
No. I think. Oh man, honestly, the best scene in the film is Ben Parker at home with the 3 Spider Girls and what's Mary?
Yeah,
Mary Parker's water breaks.
That is a good scene.
And it's like a minute long, and you're like, oh, yeah, I feel like they all like each other.
Yeah,
that's a warm movie there.
He jumps over the water as well.
That's it.
Yeah, I think functionally that scene's good, but like at that point I was just like, are you all? Do
you care about either of the characters in this scene?
Oh no, I'm not saying that. I'm not going to go that far, but I think from a scripting stage, I think this scene accomplishes a lot.
Let's move on. Let's move on to a barbecue definitely in June.
This is not a good scene. This scene is not good.
Oh, but you know what I fancy? Do you want a beer?
No, I'd love a beer.
I love a beer. Well,
Oh, that's really funny.
how about instead a delicious bottle of Pepsi? Ben's getting it.
Pepsi!
You don't think that maybe in light of...
Right. So, this scene is Cassie going to Ben Parker's sister's baby shower.
Sister-in-law's baby shower, I think.
Wait, so is Ben the brother of... Is it James Parker? Peter Parker's dad?
Richard Parker.
Richard Parker.
I think so. I think at some point he does say my sister-in-law.
Okay.
When referring to Mary.
So Cassie and O'Neill, who also sort of works for the emergency services.
Well, he's their boss.
He's flipping the burgers.
Yeah, he's not flipping them. He's pressing the burgers in. He's reducing all the flavor. What an idiot.
First off, I don't believe she'd be at this event.
No, but she doesn't want to be there. Like that, she was establishing that when they're having the Chinese food. It's like, I don't want to go to this event. Mm-hmm. But he's trying to like talk her into going to these things. And I think like the idea of the stray cat coming, like, maybe I should like let a few more people into my life.
I feel like this should be a party of emergency services people because they found a family based on their job.
Which would make sense as to why Mike Epps is there.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it makes much sense that Mike Epps is there.
But you can't do that because you need the Peter Parker in the pregnant
That's
woman.
Exactly it. If you just have it for the paramedics, then there's no Parkers. There's no Peter Parker there.
So,
also, just as a little
Recent
reveal.
events, I could use a beer. Is that protocol?
Yeah, it's protocol.
That's boring.
I feel like there's more of a story there.
No, you guys, we've seen this 100 times. It was cardiac arrest. When your heart starts back up again, you're fine.
Really? Dead, huh?
She's a terrible
Did you see a
paramedic.
white light or...
Well, actually, I saw Jersey, so you tell me.
Oh, come on. You saw Jerry.
Hey.
Uh-oh, he's got a wife. He's definitely going to die in the next scene.
But how do you think he's going to die? Because the barbecue burgers and Cassie being a bit of a bitch, saying, "Oh no, don't cook the burgers that way. You're squeezing all the fat."
That's actually a pretty astute observation because you shouldn't press. It's also highly dangerous to do it that way.
Okay, yes, okay. Let's go with the dangerous thing because every time he does it, there's these flames. That is never brought up again, ever.
No, but it is done because the flames are kind of like a bit of a trigger thing in the next scene when she's kind of having like sort of the flashes forward, the flames sort of like bring her back into the present. So you establish that there to be a sound cue for the audience to recognize that, oh, the scene is now changed.
O'Neill dies in the next scene, which Luke says is the scene I've been waiting for all my life, by a car accident.
Yeah.
A car crashes into his car, he dies. He should burn. The car should like get set on fire, she pulls him out.
It's not
and he should have burns.
It's not called coincidence, Webb.
The whole freaking film's coincidences. That's what fate is if you believe in mumbo jumbo.
I don't think you need to go that deep in. Like, it's just there to be an audio-visual thing.
Okay. What time of year is this?
Look, we know when this film is set because in 2 scenes' time, she's watching A Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
This film is set in December.
No. This is set in June. Do you think it's set in December?
Well, why else are you watching A Christmas Carol other than the fact that it's a movie about seeing your future and learning from that? Like, granted, it is very much a what's the word I'm after?
It's Hell Don't Show.
It's thematic. But why else would you watch A Christmas Carol unless it's December?
Honest to God, this is June. I don't know how I've got 5 separate data points to tell you this is June 2003.
Then tell me.
They're wearing t-shirts. They're having a barbecue outside. It's not Christmas time. The weather is not Christmas time. Later on, they reference a Martha Stewart controversy like it's just happened. A Martha Stewart controversy that happened in the first week of June. There's a Beyonce poster on the wall for her album, I think it's Crazy in Love, that came out in June 2003.
Yeah.
It's June 2003.
Okay. I'll believe you. It's June.
But she does watch a Christmas film, and then she listens to Toxic, which was released in 2004.
Yes, but the album that it's from was released in 2003.
In November 2003, correct.
Yeah. Look, not everything's going to be accurate, is it?
Not when you said it in the 90s. Anyway, she continues to be a bitch to everyone at the baby shower.
Oh, she is awful in this baby shower.
I know.
Like, so the game that they play in this baby shower is tell us a nice memory about your mum. And everyone writes it down on a piece of paper. And then Emma Roberts sits there after making a reference to Spider-Man. She's like, oh, he's always jumping around in there. It's Spider-Man, get it? Everyone writes down on a piece of paper a fond memory of her mother. So she was like, oh, I love it when my mum made cookies. And I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Dakota Johnson writes down nothing.
Still puts it in the box.
Still puts it in! Emma Roberts pulls it out and it's blank. And she's like, what is this? And she's like, oh yeah, my mum died during childbirth. Why would you put it in? Like, just don't take part. You clearly don't want to be there because she just wants to hang out with the paramedics because she's like, oh no, you're a woman. You have to go in and do the baby shower things.
Which makes sense.
Which makes sense.
Yeah, that's what they like to do.
But she doesn't want to be in it. So don't take part. You've actually just made this more awkward. And then she's trying to like dig her way out of this hole that she's created. But she didn't need to create the hole she dug for herself.
Well, maybe she did want to dig the hole. Maybe she always wants it to be about Cassie. And that's why she did it. Because she's not a nice character.
She's awful. She's so awful in this scene. So yeah, then they guess the name of the child because they try to awkwardly move on this very awkward situation. And that's when we start getting these balloons popping and people jump. And that's again another visual audio clue, much like the flames, to kind of give to the audience, she's now flashing to the forward. She's now back in the past. She's seeing these things. She's kind of seeing flash forwards of what's happening.
We saw the balloon pop in her vision as well earlier.
Because she now has her powers because she dies.
I said to my partner, oh God, this is totally unbelievable as a baby shower thing. It's so one-dimensional and superficial. Like all the girls are just, you have the name. And my partner said, no, that's what baby showers are like. I was like, what? They're this lame. And she said, yeah, I hate them.
Yeah. Oh, my wife didn't have one. I recently had someone ask me, I'm trying to organize a baby shower for a friend of mine. What did your wife do? And I was like, oh, my wife didn't have one. Mm-hmm. Because she didn't want it to be that sort of lame thing. Because they are all pretty lame.
Well, you can't drink really, can you?
No.
Yeah.
There's no fun to be had when you're not doing that. So anyway, Ben then comes in to, thankfully save this party by saying that there's been a big crash and everyone's being called in to be paramedics. They now have to go to the crash site. And in this crash site, she kind of has a little sort of slight vision maybe of a guy, and she's like, oh, he's got internal injuries. You need to check him.
Does she have a vision?
Well, I think she just has a vibe, I guess.
Is that shown to us? Because every other time she has a vibe, it's explicitly shown to us.
Let's have a look.
It's 2802, if you want to timestamp. This is the scene, is it? This is the scene you want to go to war with me on?
I'm not going to.
I've got receipts.
I'm not going to war with you, but I'm just saying what you're after is in this scene.
So she's tending to this guy here on the floor. Ben's behind her with someone else on the thing. It's kind of a one shot where they're just sticking without cutting. And yeah, they're going to go past.
It's otherwise stable.
Wait. Check his abdomen.
Hey, and internal injuries. Good catch. Let's go. Come on.
Back to the chest compressions.
Yeah.
There's no little shh.
No, she just almost like has a little pause. There's a bit later on that kind of does that better. I don't think she does have like a vibe. She just is like, hey, you should just check. Like, really, we should all just check for internal injuries.
So she's just smug.
Yeah. Oh, she's not.
She's just an unpleasant person.
True.
I get it. You don't like. There's no room for niceties when people's lives are in danger. You just got to tell them things. This makes her. That makes her look unlikable. Plus, she is using chest compressions on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure he's got internal injuries. I don't know why she'd be doing chest compressions on him.
You don't know that.
But like,
did the movie tell you that he's got internal injuries?
Why else?
Why would you assume?
So there's been a fire in the fireworks factory, which is right next to them.
And next to the Pepsi factory, yeah.
Next to the Pepsi factory. Why aren't there fireworks going off right now like there are in the final scene?
Because they set off the fireworks later on.
But there's been a fire in the fireworks factory here.
Yeah, there's been an explosion in the fireworks factory.
Which tends to lead to lots more flammability with fireworks.
They've already blown up.
And she's there using chest compressions, which again, as we've covered, is a technique to buy time for the paramedics to arrive with their defibrillators.
Mm-hmm.
No one, and granted this is a Hollywood trope, so it's not so specific to this movie, but this movie does hinge a lot on chest compressions. It is so rare for someone to wake up from chest compressions.
Mm-hmm.
You do it, and then they bring the defibrillator. People wake up from the defibrillator.
Yeah.
This guy wakes up. Chest compressions, you're fixed. Chest compressions. I can save everybody. But you're done.
Until we get to the point where she needs to do it both at the same time.
Also, let's find here. She doesn't have gloves on. She doesn't have gloves on. Everybody else has gloves on. Ben Parker has surgical gloves on. Why doesn't she have gloves on?
Because otherwise you can't have the visual of blood.
Can't have the visual of the blood on the hands.
Yeah, exactly. Show, don't tell.
She's a bad paramedic. She's giving people first aid with no gloves on.
Yeah.
When everyone else has gloves on. And she's correcting other people on their work.
I mean, she's right.
Ben Parker should have replied, oh yeah, good catch. Put your gloves on. What the hell are you doing? This is...
So the scene that you're after comes... she has a vision that something bad is going to happen to Michael Epps.
O'Neill.
Yeah. See, there they go, he's okay. And then it's like, I'll come and give you a hand.
Neil!
Hey, what is it? I got a roll.
Will you let me drive?
What are you talking about?
I don't know, I just have a weird feeling.
Cassie, I need you over here.
Oh, she's needed in two places.
What, because of her expert chest compressions?
Yeah.
There's like 5 people over there tending to that person.
Don't let it mess with your head.
Cassie, come on.
There you go. So she's distracted because she can't be in two places at once. And she's also learning to trust her instincts that something bad is going to happen to her. It's not just a weird feeling and stuff. So it's another scene that actually accomplishes two goals.
I really don't think that's what the scene's doing. I think the scene... Does she even acknowledge Ben has called out to her?
Yeah. She looks over.
Right, Ben. So...
Wait! O'Neill!
Hey, what is it? I got a roll.
Will you let me drive?
What are you talking about?
I don't know, I just have a weird feeling.
Cassie, I need you over here.
Yeah,
Will you
she
just
looked at
let me
him.
drive?
She doesn't care. She doesn't care about that guy. No, this is her not doubt. To me, this is her doubting her visions because they're still really new. She still doesn't really know what's happening, and she's trying. She doesn't know how forceful to be with this guy O'Neill.
Yes.
To say no, don't get in there because you're going to crash.
Yeah, because she also doesn't know that is something that is going to happen. It's just something that she has a weird feeling about. She doesn't understand that she has got powers to see the future.
So I don't think this is a scene about her being split between do I help this person or do I help this person. It's her going, oh, I feel like I should help this person.
No, but it is a scene in which it happens. And that is what you're after, ultimately.
No. I was quite clear that I think it should be as explicit as seeing three different people in various forms of distress and someone saying afterwards, you can't save them all. Which is the tragedy of the superhero.
I would have loved that line in there to really hammer home that point. I don't think this scene effectively conveys that, but I think it is what it is trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Chest compressions don't work on O'Neill, though, do they?
So some more terrible Dakota Johnson acting. Here we go, 30.
Come on, O'Neill!
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Come on, O'Neill.
Come on. Where's all these flames you were talking about?
O'Neill!
Why can't I have flames coming off this like the barbecue?
Because the flames have already happened. We already had the explosion. There's the aftermath of the explosion.
Should have gloves on.
Yeah, anyway, so he dies.
So by this point, Anna then asked me when this came out. I said 8 months ago, and she literally didn't believe me. I had to show her on my phone. She thought this was like 15 years old, this film.
My wife said the same thing. Like, not at this moment here, but we were driving in our car on Friday, and she was like, when did that film come out? I was like, oh, February.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, this year?
Yeah.
I said, yeah.
It feels so dated.
So it feels very, very old. So yeah, Ben pulls her away from that, and he says, there's nothing you could have done. Oh, but there is, Ben, because she can see the future. She could have stopped him from doing that.
Do you want some more dialogue? 31, 41. We're back with the bad guy, who I have called Dubman in all my notes. He's with Shoshana from Girls. Don't know if you've watched that series.
I have not. I also don't know what her name is. I just keep writing it down as assistant.
Yes. Well, he's a big, rich, powerful man. Look at all these one people who work for me. So she's got all the surveillance tech from the NSA.
Yep.
Which, I'm not saying make the movie longer. I feel like we should have seen him or someone get the tech.
We don't need to see that. We already had it set up that he knows what it is, and he's now got the code from the NSA. Now he has it.
So the code... No, he's not got a code. He's got a password.
Yeah, for the system.
For the system.
Right, so he's got the
he
password.
just remotely accesses the system.
Or what? I don't need a third
Swordfish.
step in there. He found someone who has the code. He got the code. Bing, bada, boom. Now we're using it. I don't need a third step in there. Whereas and now we're going to go break into this thing because that again is adding another scene.
Oh yeah, you wouldn't want to develop the character and show what they can do.
That wouldn't develop the
main
character
plot.
either.
Yeah.
Also, you want the reveal of him in costume when he first meets the girls.
What? He's a barefoot costume or the spider, the dark Spider-Man.
The dark Spider-Man costume.
So the what we can agree on is that this NSA tech, wow, it's good.
It is very good.
Please, Shoshana, tell us.
So, was it worth the trouble?
The scale of the NSA surveillance is unprecedented. They can access everything. There's nowhere to hide.
That's the idea.
The potential is infinite. It's intoxicating, but...
It's intoxicating.
But what if it should fall into the wrong hands? is what she says next. But it has fallen into the wrong hands. Okay, this bit is wild. This bit is absolutely wild because she says, you've got drawings of the girls that are going to kill you that he's been seeing every night. So he's done drawings of these girls. I'll be honest, he did not need this NSA surveillance technology. Because
as well as you can recollect.
Their faces have been...
Look how good that is!
They're pictures.
They've drawn them accurately.
Well, maybe that's one of the Uranus powers, is photorealistic sketching. But the great thing about this NSA tech is that they can remove the mask from a picture and give you the person's full face.
Yeah,
let's watch it in action.
Haunting me for years.
We don't know exactly when your vision takes place, so I'm giving us a 10-year range just to be safe. Here's what they should look like now.
Wow, that's pretty spot on, isn't it?
Pretty fucking accurate, I would say.
How is this happening? I swear he just got a password from a woman he banged. And now he can decode dreams in pictures and remove objects from...
Yeah.
And now he's going to... What the NSA's tech really should be to take a photo and search all of the CCTV to find them.
Yes.
But that's this part.
Well, that's hard to do when it's a dream and your dream involves them being dressed up like Spider-Women.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to sort of
Sounds
control...
like a sexy dream when you put it like that.
So
every night, I have this dream where 3 sexy teenage spider girls kill me.
Every night. It's a curse. And it's like, you have to do this very dramatic, and it's so rubbish. That, like, it's properly laughably naff. They're just like, oh, and here's 3 incredibly accurate drawings of the 3 other leads of this movie.
Helps the plot, though, doesn't it?
Oh, it speeds it along. Yeah, it does, because now we're going to meet them all. Well, actually, we get it in a little bit. So Cass goes to see a doctor who thinks that the visions is trauma-based, and she tells her to take a week off and go watch old movies.
Yeah, wow, that's an interesting prescription from a doctor, isn't it? What old movie does she choose, as we've alluded to, in June 2003? She chooses the Alistair Sims 1951 version of A Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
This isn't an age of streaming.
No.
She has this on VHS or DVD.
Absolutely.
Most likely VHS.
Yeah, who doesn't?
There's nothing to denote her as a cinephile. That she has a particular obsession about movies.
No, this is just a thematic.
So even at Christmas, to watch this version of the Christmas Carol is a pretty deep cut for a 30-year-old in 2003.
I do want to say, earlier in this recording, you were arguing for an opera performance that was thematic to the plot that they were telling of this movie and the character they were telling of this movie. And here the film is, and it's giving you that, and you are criticizing it for doing so.
You know those are different. Use, I don't know, another film. Use Terminator.
They don't have the rights to Terminator.
That's not my fault. Don't do that. Don't script the person in the previous scene to say, watch some old movies then.
But you want to set up that she's going to watch a film that's going to have some thematic, some dramatic irony to it, because this is about, like, are these visions of the past or visions of the future that's meant to be, or whatever Michael Caine says in the all-time classic.
Alistair Sims.
Sorry, yeah. I'm talking about the better version. It was brave of them to adapt the Muppet Christmas Carol. It's cheap, really. That's what it's there for, but it's meant to be like a nod and a wink to the audience. You know what's going on there, right?
No, I'm more confused because it's June. And everyone was literally just having a barbecue with T-shirts on.
Yeah.
And you're now watching a Christmas film. It's tell. Never show.
Never show, because it's the scene where it's like, you cannot, like, Scrooge is like, I can't change what it is. And she's like, yeah, you can't change the future, Scrooge. But she soon will be able to do that because she can see things that are going to happen and then change them.
And that happens right after, where she puts some food in the microwave and a pigeon flies into her window and kills itself.
Yes.
And then she experiments with, okay, well, I'll try and change what I just saw happen. She opens the window and the pigeon flies through safely. Maybe for the cat to jump and kill. I don't know. So, just some technical time travel vision stuff.
Mm-hmm.
In all of the other scenes in the film, she resets to her starting position. There's a diner scene later where she gets to the diner, everything happens, blah, 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 and people die.
Yeah.
And she resets back to her cab, for like, I don't know, an hour beforehand.
No, it's 3 minutes beforehand because she's listening to...
Oh, we'll get into the time, the treatment of time in that scene.
Yeah.
But here, she stays over by the window.
Yeah.
So if you were in the room, you would just see Madam Web go from the couch to the window like that.
Yeah, she should have appeared back on the sofa. If it was to say consistent with the rest of the visions she has, yes.
No one picked up. No one thought that in the drafting stage.
Well, the executive picked up what was happening within this one. No notes for that one, I'm afraid.
So now she's like, "Oh, okay. Maybe I can influence the future."
And this is where we get a little bit of fate, because during this scene, you can actually sort of see it in this image here. She gets a phone call from Ben Parker telling her that O'Neill's funeral is in Poughkeepsie. So we really would like you to come. I understand if you don't want to come, but it would be really great if you do. So she then decides to go to Grand Central Station to get on a train to Poughkeepsie. And within that, fate sort of intervenes a little bit, because I need to skip a little bit forward because of the pigeon. As she's going through Grand Central Station,
it always makes me think of Unbreakable.
There's maths and science. That's Anya. And there goes Lucky from Ghostbusters Afterlife.
With bits of their audio picked up beyond other people. And finally, it's co-lead Sydney Sweeney.
In which brings me to my central question of, my Grand Central Station question of, who is this movie made for? Because it's not really made for comic book fans. But it is because it is based within Spider-Man stuff, and you're making a lot of Spider-Man jokes and a lot of Spider-Man references. You are trying to do something for that comic book audience. But it's also not a comic book audience that particularly care about Madam Web. It only did $50 million at the box office. So it's kind of for a casual audience as well, who might not get all of the Spider-Man stuff. It's also a female-centric movie. This is a female lead. It's about a female team-up movie. It's a female director. It's a female writing team. And they were like, we're going to make a female-centric movie. That is going to be the focus. So we're appealing this to females. So why have you dressed Sydney Sweeney in this sexiest outfit you possibly can do? Because that is when you were trying to just go yeah, but it's also for the lads though, isn't it? Because Sydney Sweeney is an incredibly attractive woman. And they were like, let's put her in knee-high socks, a short skirt, and a sexy cardigan, and proper nice glasses. And it is just this is such the male gaze in costume form.
I don't look at that and think that's a really sexy... I don't think I've often looked at a cardigan and think that's a sexy cardigan.
That is a costume choice that is designed to appeal to the male member of the audience who already might be attracted to Sydney Sweeney anyway. Because if you just put her in jeans otherwise, but you put her in a very short skirt and knee-high socks, which is done so specifically.
I don't know, man. I feel like that's just a period.
No, well, they don't know because they don't know what period they're in.
Oh, yeah. I don't see that and think, oh my God, wow, they've sexualized Sydney Sweeney.
I felt because that was the first thing I said. I was like, man, they could not have tried to put her in a sexier outfit that's not designed to be a sexy outfit if they tried.
I think this is very much you.
It's not just me.
God, why am I so turned on? This is outrageous.
To my defense, though I appreciate that might come across that way, to my defense, my wife said the exact same thing. Because she could not get past the short skirt. She was like, that skirt is so short. And the socks are so knee high, which is sort of that is a male gaze costume choice.
I think it's a I think it's just what women, well, girls at that age wore at the time.
I think it is a costume choice designed for two things.
I was 15 in 2003. I remember girls wearing that sort of stuff.
This is a costume choice that's designed for two things. One is for the male gaze, and two, to let you know that she's a fucking nerd.
Yeah, definitely the nerd part.
Yeah, that's it. But it's like, but you have to make it.
I don't think it's a sexy...
Because she's a nerd, but she's also Sydney Sweeney, so she has to be a sexy nerd.
I never take her as sexy in this movie.
Oh no!
I think this is something in the Owen household.
Dude, if this was just designed for her to be a nerd, she'd be wearing jeans. She'd be wearing trousers. She would be wearing jeans and a Star Wars T-shirt or a Sony-owned property T-shirt.
There's a lot of scenes of chest compressions, which means there's a lot of scenes of girls doing this, and you can't see underneath. You could just see them doing this, and never once. I mean, I wasn't looking for it, but I don't ever remember buttons being undone.
No, because there's not. Because it's all about the midriff. Because both Anya and Lucky from Ghostbusters Afterlife are full midriff on show.
But that's just the 2003 dress.
But if you were making this like it's a female empowerment movie, you wouldn't pick 3 costume designs that are male gaze focused.
I don't think they're male gaze focused.
I think they are, man. And I will.
I mean, I feel like I've seen male gaze focus.
You've watched Catwoman.
The old line about pornography is I don't know what it is. I'll know it when I see it. Right? And I don't feel like this is maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm off, but I don't feel this is an exploitative costume compared to many other things I've seen.
No, it's not exploitative, but it is done to attract you as a male viewer. It's like, whoa, what an outfit, huh?
I don't.
She's dressed as sexy nerd.
I disagree. I don't think it's that sexy. Well,
I think that's more on you.
I think maybe it's a bit on me and it's a bit on you.
I'll take that. But anyway, I'm
more obsessed with why the villain isn't wearing shoes or socks. That's the costume choice to talk about.
Oh, he's a baddie.
Is that a bad? Paul McCartney does it in Abbey Road's front cover.
Well, that's because it's not Paul McCartney.
He feels like a bit of a douche thing to do.
Well, the second one is anyway. I think the original Paul McCartney was probably all right. So they're all about to get on the same train because Dakota Johnson gets on a train. She starts to have lots of like flash forwards of the 3 of them, and she watches this man get on the train and murder them individually, and that is sort of punctuated by lines being repeated or people getting onto the train to let you know that we're going through some different time shifts here. And when she sees all 3 of them get killed, she's like, whoa, this is a bit weird. She goes to get off the train, then sees the guy and is like, uh-oh, I need to do something. So she gets all 3 of them and gets them off the train. The only way she can get Lucky off the train, though, is by stealing her skateboard.
Mm-hmm. She didn't act on her impulses earlier with O'Neill, so she's doing it here now. She's had time to think about it,
and it's a lot
the pigeon experience
about changing the future, about seeing a future that could be happening and what she could do to step in and stop that future from happening.
You said you really liked another scene. It was the one in the bed with the NSA lady.
Yes,
I think this is a more dramatically functional scene.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree.
It's not a good scene, but I think it's one of the better of the bad ones.
Yeah.
When they're juggling all the bits that are going on.
I agree. So she gets them off the train, and then she's gonna. All right.
Well, yeah, it's where evil Spider-Man gets his first appearance. Carry on.
I was going to jump right ahead. So to the next bit of this.
Well, don't you want to see evil Spider-Man?
Yes, because you're absolutely right. So he realizes that they've been taken off the train. And she then going to escort them out of the building, then has a flash forward of police arresting her, so decides to go a different way. And when she does, that is when she says, we're running away from him.
And this is the first look we get of the film's villain Ezekiel with his classic look of suit and bare feet.
Is he barefoot? I suppose he is barefoot.
He's 100% barefoot.
Yeah.
He spends most of the rest of the film in this outfit. Unless he's a dark Spider-Man outfit.
Yeah. I bet
where
he
has boots.
I bet you that is an actor choice. I really think my character wouldn't wear shoes.
Why? Because I was trying to think about why this would be. Because maybe that's how I climb the walls. It's my hands. They need to have skin on wall contact. Same with my feet.
Mm-hmm.
Falls apart when you wear boots as your costume with Spider-Man. Anyway, so I'll just play this. Let's see. So he's walking through. He's looking for them.
Okay, knock yourself out. Give me my.
And this is when Ezekiel sees that the train's pulling away. He's getting quick. He has got that super speed. So he starts running back through the train. Or actually, it's in slow motion. So maybe I was wrong there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay, never mind.
7,
Give me my freaking skateboard back.
Okay.
What exactly is this emergency?
This woman's trying to abduct us.
What? No, that's not.
That's your emergency. That.
20 seconds.
Quick costume change.
Yeah.
Yeah, real quick.
But he was totally fine murdering them without the costume in our visions.
Yeah.
Why did he need to put on a costume?
Well, isn't that a question? Because...
And how did he do it so fast? Because I don't think...
Why does he ever wear the costume? Other than it's a comic book movie, so you have to wear the costume. Because as a character, he doesn't need to wear this costume. It's not like we had a scene where he was like, I am now Spider-Man. I'm going to be this. Like, he's not been a web hero up until this point. So I don't know why he isn't just like why he decided I need to wear a costume and it's going to look like Las Arañas and also, funny enough, also look like Spider-Man, but who may or may not exist within this universe.
He's saying we might also need a scene where he broke into the NSA, and to do so, he developed this suit to avoid detection, thus furthering his villain development story from crazed businessman who was bitten by a spider and has eternal life, it seems, to now I'm becoming more of a template comic book villain.
Yeah, we do need more scenes in this movie. I think you are right.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, he gets changed really fast.
Yeah.
I don't see that being a power with the Uranus.
No, I think it's too fast because he definitely has he's got super speed, right? He is quicker than the average human, but he's not the Flash.
Yeah. He's not got a little ring that he can press. And puts his suit on for him.
Nor is it like Spider-Man in the MCU one, who's got the nanobot technology and stuff to, the quick change thing. This is 2003. He is just wearing this under his... Well, he can't be wearing it under his suit because he was wearing shoes. You'd have seen him.
But here's the fastest thing about this scene. Because then the girls walk away. They never break into a run.
No. Well, have you seen the outfit that Sydney Sweeney's in? That is not an outfit for running.
And then they steal a yellow cab. And this is when, outside of the station, the girls explain their characters. One is Science, because she talks very quickly about the friction in the human foot not being enough to attach to a wall.
Bear that in mind. I just wanted to let everyone know. They say quite categorically he had to crawl on the ceiling. He would not be able to walk on the ceiling.
Why is that important?
Oh, we'll find out in a minute.
Okay. And the radio then talks about Cassie being the suspect. So she was hoping the authorities would go arrest Sims.
Yeah, so we established that. We have Isabella, who is Anya, and she is a nerd because she knows science, but she is not the same type of nerd that Sydney Sweeney is because Sydney Sweeney is wearing glasses.
Yeah.
So she's a timid nerd.
Yeah, and not a sexy nerd.
Come on, man.
But there's you have a phone. That's quite novel for 2003, maybe.
And who's she calling?
Let's play it. This is Attitude. She's going to call someone to help sort this out.
You know they can track those nowadays, right?
Hey, you can't do that.
You know they guys. You're the kidnapper.
Yeah, because you told them I was. I didn't know what was happening.
Okay, guys. My Uncle Jonah can totally help us. I'm going to call him.
So she is the niece of J. Jonah Jameson in the comics. So it's just another little Spider-Man reference there for you.
Never followed up on.
No, it's there for the nerds.
Yeah.
The two people that she sat next to.
Maybe the radio could have said, and New York billionaire philanthropist, inventor Ezekiel Sims was found also hit by this Cassie woman. Just to go like, look, he is a character that exists
within this world,
within New York.
Yeah, that would have been nice. But got to get there.
Mm-hmm.
So Zeke thinks it's like they knew I was coming, and he's like asking his assistant to use the NSA tools better. We then cut to the girls in the woods making a fire, and at this point, Dakota Johnson makes a jokes about squirrels. And it feels like such a pointed reference. I was like, that has to be a Squirrel Girl joke. When I looked into it, there's no connection between any of these characters and Squirrel Girl. But it's just such a weirdly pointed line. I was like, this has to be a Squirrel Girl thing. Apparently it's not. And she says, I don't know why this guy is trying to kill you. And also, I can see the future. But I don't know how to control it. And that's when they also realize that they're actually all connected. Because they live in the same apartment block. Attitude flipped her off earlier in the movie, and she saved Sydney Sweeney's stepmom in all of this.
Yeah. Feel like they would have recognized her way before. They've been with her. So one thing I heard on a podcast review, I think it was How Did This Get Made? They know the New York geography quite intimately. To get to a woods or a forest that dense, you'd have to drive for hours.
I would also say she just drives into the woods. Is that like a possible thing that you can do? It's just to drive into the woods? Because she is parked in the woods.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess in New York, if you just go down and like, there's the little curtains, you can just drive into the little woods
it's
driveway.
40th Street, you know? Take a left on 3rd and you can park in the woods. Hide the 3 girls you've kidnapped.
It's not a kidnapping.
Sorry, it's a rescue.
I would say actually the punchline of that was like, feels like a kidnapping. It was also pretty funny. And then like, this is where kind of the film, I think it's got a central problem of it needs to do exposition scenes, but it needs to do them away from the 3 girls. So Dakota Johnson's just like, look, I'll be back in a few hours. I'm just going to leave you here in the middle of the woods, and I'll be back. And it was like, at first she's like, I'm just going to go somewhere, and then I'll be back. Then she said, I'll be back in a few hours.
Yeah, because they've probably driven a few hours to get to these woods. So she's like, let's say it's 2 hours. She's driven 2 hours to get there. She's going to drive 2 hours to go back to her flat to research something. Then she's going to come back for 6 hours of driving from what I guess was a train at 9 or 10?
Yeah.
You reckon?
I also don't think you couldn't have accomplished the scene where she goes back to her exposition suitcase and why the girls can't be there. Like, why doesn't she just drive them to her apartments and then take them as like, look, I need to do something. And then she can sort of give out some of this exposition about her mum and the spider stuff, which saves you actually then having to do that exposition again later on in the movie. And also, in that scene, you can have them develop who they are as characters. I guess the reason why you don't want to do that is because you have to set up that they're also impulsive and they don't listen to the instruction that was given, which is stay here. Because the first thing they do is they kind of have a conversation about who they are and then leave the area they're in because they can look after themselves. They don't need Dakota Johnson.
You could do that, though, in her flat. Stay here in my front room. Don't move. While she goes to her bedroom to look through her keepsakes.
Yeah.
And then what attitude is like, I'm out of here. Walks out the door.
It does work. So,
but the thing that prompted it was Sydney Sweeney said, wow, that ceiling guy, he moved like a spider.
It's so rubbish. Where is this line? This is absolutely fucking rubbish. So naff.
So they've just established that they all know each other.
This is so freaky. Who are you? What is going on?
I can see that.
I mean, it does the future. Did you believe me or for this to happen to me? No.
Oh, there he was.
You know the other guy can walk on the ceiling, right?
No, he can't. He was using his hands.
Why are you like this?
I'm just saying it was more of a crawl.
It was like a spider person.
Spider person, Spider person.
So I have people who might know me from other things will know that I have a reaction to certain lines within movies, and that line is I'll usually go, "Oh, fuck off," and I'll roll my eyes.
I had your voice in my head when she said her uncle was J. Jonah Jameson.
That one I've got less of an issue with. There's a line later on that I audibly went, "Oh, fuck off." And because it usually gets triggered when you just take a line of dialogue from a different movie and put it into the movie you're doing, because the only person who will recognize that as a line from another movie is the audience themselves,
Right,
which
yeah.
means the characters are just saying lines arbitrarily of anything. It's worse later on, but that line only exists for the audience because it leaves such a pause and then a pause afterwards so you can laugh that she didn't say Spider-Man.
I don't think I wouldn't make that association. I wouldn't say move like a spider. I don't think spiders crawl either.
What?
I think they like scurry.
They do that, but they are like famously crawlers.
I guess so. Yeah, creepy crawlers.
Creepy. Yeah, absolutely. But I hate that line. That's some bad stuff there.
You said earlier that the foot and the hands have got to be important.
Yes. Again,
is that not here yet?
It's not here yet.
They're setting it up, though.
It's setting up, though. He cannot walk on this. He cannot walk. We'll come on to that in a little bit. The nerd also says that she knows how to do taekwondo, and then they make her flinch because she's a fucking nerd.
Yeah, but a hot nerd, right?
It's not just me, right? Like, they've made it. Thank you very much.
So it's 2003. It's Beyonce, Dangerously in Love, the album, which was released in June 2003. Granted, that could have been put up in June, and it's still there in December for the Christmas movie season.
Yep.
It looks fresh to me. That looks freshly applied. January 2024 reshoots.
Now that I've paused it as well, good lord, does that look CGI'd in?
Oh, yeah.
That does not look like it's there.
That's gone, oh my God, you're right. That's gone over something.
That
looks so terrible now you pointed that out. That looks like me hosting the news, and we've got the image insert graphic on the side.
Yeah.
Like a late night TV show monologue.
The perspective is slightly off.
There you go. The perspective is slightly off.
Left-hand side.
Yeah, it's like the bottom of where it doesn't follow the lines of the building going up.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
They've gone to Google image search, Beyonce, 2003, and then right-click, copy into Photoshop, paste.
Because it was a Seinfeld poster.
So anyway, so she goes back and she looks at the book about spiders. She also removes the plates from the taxi, which is going to come up later on because they won't be able to track the taxi. And then she says, "Hey, so spiders can crawl on." To talk about laceranias, and then she's like, "How do you know if you can't crawl on a wall if you've never tried?"
And then we get genuinely the best bit of the movie. This is a good. If you just watch this 10-second moment, you go, "That's a fun movie. I want to watch."
So good. I like this a lot.
So it's Cassie trying to crawl the wall.
It's filmed like it's in Spider-Man as well.
Okay, let's not mention that to anybody.
Pretty funny.
Pretty good, right?
That's good slapstick.
That's some good comedy. I think the comedy in there is a good punctuation.
It's like that. The line of the guy on the train where he's like, "Where will I sit?" I don't know, man. Like that. That's the character that I think they wanted Cassie to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where moments like that make you like her because she's a bit. She shows her receipts.
Yes,
she gets humiliated a bit as well.
Yeah.
But I don't think the film quite understands it as well. So there's she slides down. There's the meow, funny, but then like for me they too quickly ramp up the mysterious music again.
Yes.
Like if you can just hear it.
Okay, let's not mention that to anybody.
Like it's coming in there. Like let her finish the, "Oh, don't worry, I'm okay. I'm okay."
Do you know what
I think it's technically bad filmmaking.
I would agree. Do you know what I would have done in there? And perhaps this is a bit like too much. I would have played part of the Spider-Man theme. Like the 2002, like when you take that bit of the music when he's first trying to crawl the wall, because you have shot it like that for a reason.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. But yeah, she's gone back to her apartment where she's made the connection. She's seen Ezekiel Sims is the same guy. He hasn't aged as with her mother.
And in the spider research, she finds out while she can't crawl walls, some of these spiders, or one of them, they have a sixth sense and can glimpse the future. So she's like, oh, maybe I've got that ability.
Then we cut back to the woods. And the Spider Girls, they're like, oh, we're bored. They talk about their backstories. So, like, Science is reading a book and Attitude's rich.
Yep.
Science says, oh, I bet your parents' Attitude are senators and they summer in the Hamptons next to Martha Stewart. And that's when Sydney Sweeney goes, so sad about Martha Stewart.
Nerd.
So that is the June 2003 Imclone insider trading scandal.
Whoa.
Where Martha Stewart was indicted.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, like, there are so many overtly June things. And it doesn't matter. But she watched a Christmas movie earlier in the film. But yeah, Attitude reveals her parents are in Beijing.
Yeah.
They're doing like evil business stuff. Sweeney lives with her dad and his partner. Her mum isn't really around.
Yeah, more on that later. And her dad doesn't like her.
And they walk through the forest as they're having this conversation. It starts, this is where we start the scene. Light.
Yes.
And when they finish the walk, the trek through the forest, dark.
It's dark now. Yeah. It's a long walk.
Yeah, it is. And the general sunset, sunrise times in New York for June. The sun sets at 8:31 p.m.
Okay. Well, that's good. Nice to have a little time frame for this.
So it has now gone past 8:30 p.m. for them.
Yeah.
So Cassie has left them for hours and hours and hours.
She did say she was going to be gone for at least 3 hours.
And they have spent a lot of that time walking because the sun has fully set.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say that walk they just did took an hour minimum.
Yeah.
Probably longer. I'm being generous.
I think comfortably, I would say that's probably an hour's walk.
Okay.
Also, in that Lucky
I just want remember that.
Yep. Lucky says that you don't want to see her when she's hangry. You won't like me when I'm hangry.
Oh,
because
that's a Hulk thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a different comic book. But we all know what you're saying. We all know what you mean, don't we, audience?
Mystique Scandalous plays as they walk through. That's okay. March 2003. I'm okay with that.
Anya, because she is the responsible nerd, she's wearing a t-shirt that's talking about maths. So she's like, she's a sensible one. She doesn't want anyone to make eye contact. She just wants to sit there and order food. They're going to spend Mattie's parents' money. That's how they can afford to do this. That's what they say. But Maddie, who is Lucky, or whatever you want to call her, she just wants to eat cherry pie. That's the only thing she's really focused on. Because they are impulsive teenagers. And Sydney Sweeney shows her impulsive teenage side of things because she's the shy, timid nerd. But she's got an eye for the fellas.
Yeah, a couple of 20-year-old boys in the corner. What have we got there?
No, not
that Mystique. Not X-Men Blue Mystique.
Producer Richard's trying to picture Mystique from X-Men and be like, this one?
Early noughties R&B pop group Mystique.
It's very good, though. That's funny, man.
So I guess this is age appropriate because like the girls are what, like 23 playing teenagers?
Yes.
And all these guys are 23 playing teenagers.
Yeah, Isabella Masada, I think, is 23. And I think Sydney Sweeney's probably 23 as well.
But yeah, they're going to flirt. They do the Britney Spears sort of shirt tuck for Sydney Sweeney.
Because
they're girls and they're trying to impress teenage boys.
Yeah. By
being sexy. I don't
Thank
think
you
that's
very much. I'm just saying. Yeah,
I don't think that's male gaze stuff.
I didn't say that.
I
didn't say that was male gaze. You did. But it's like I think the costume in and of itself.
So this guy sees them. He's reading a copy of the Daily Bugle.
Yes.
Because it's in the Spider-Man verse.
Exactly.
And the front page there says, "Girls feared abducted."
So that paper came out today. Like that is like picking up a copy of the London Evening Standard, which gets printed and released at like 6 p.m.
No. It's a Daily Bugle. It's not an evening edition paper.
Well, yeah, but the London Evening Standard is a daily paper. It just gets
and
released
it's
in
called
the
the
evening.
Evening Standard.
Yeah, and that's called the Daily Bugle.
The Daily Bugle is a morning 5 a.m. newspaper.
Maybe in your timeline, but this is a different universe. This is a different universe to the other Spider-Man one. No. It does say in a different universe.
Yeah, but
and
it's called the Daily Bugle.
And in this universe, the Daily Bugle comes out at 5 p.m. And J. Jonah Jameson was like, put the girls on that front cover. They've been abducted.
So here's what should have happened in this scene. There's a TV news report on the little TV in the corner, and it says, well, yes, we're still following the story about the 3 girls that were kidnapped. Here's a picture of what they look like. And the guy sees it, and he's like, oh, wow, it's a cool thing. But you can't do that because everyone else in the diner would see that.
No.
And they also wanted to get the Daily Bugle reference in.
That is why it's a newspaper. That's why it can't be the TV station, because a TV station wouldn't be a reference to the Daily Bugle.
But it doesn't work for him to have a paper that so quickly references news from hours ago. Well,
at least a minimum of 3, potentially 4 with the walk. So anyway, they go to dance. She gets distracted by boys. Matty undoes some of her shirt, and then this attracts that guy. He sort of he sort of sees them as like, oh, girls, because they're making quite a big sort of like hoo-ha about all of this.
They're being a bit obnoxious.
And that also means that the assistant has heard this call because the call has gone through to the police.
Ezekiel's assistant.
Exactly. And she then tells Zeke about this, and he says, patch me through to them. And he tells them, this is not our missing girls.
I don't know if you can see it. I'll turn off the subtitles. He's got no shoes on. There he is. He's going to go forward and get them, and he's just in the street.
Swear
a suit and no shoes.
That is 100% an actor choice. I just don't think my character would wear shoes. He wants to be in touch with the earth because that's what a spider would feel.
So then Cassie drives the cab back to the woods. It's now clearly nighttime.
Yes.
She takes several steps and emerges at the diner.
In the defense of the movie, and I cannot believe I keep having to take this position, in the defense of the movie, it's a vision.
Yes. Yeah, you've got that. Yeah, I guess you're right, yeah.
This is a vision of the future. Okay. You don't know that at that point, but it is a vision of the future.
Average sunset sunrise times in New York for June, 5:26 sunrise AM, 8:31 PM. You're right, though. You're right. This is a dream sequence.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. So she goes there, finds they're not there, and the girls are dancing on the bar, like when they sort of like in her vision. Well, she kind of, okay. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
That's what the film does, to be fair.
In fairness, she walks to the diner and she sees them dancing on the table to "Toxic" by Britney Spears. Okay,
with all the boys.
Yeah, with all of the boys and this and the other. So here she is. She's arriving. She walks through. She sees the diner and she sees them dancing. And then she gets them off the table. I just want to point out there, Sydney Sweeney not wearing her glasses.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry.
Get down!
Yeah, put your glasses on, nerd. Know your place.
You left us.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, he's got the suit on.
Julia.
That means he got changed.
Julia, get back!
And Look who's walking on the ceiling! Look who's walking on the ceiling.
Well caught. Well caught. I will say one of the good things about the film is that I get to watch the characters die.
Quite a few times
because
as well.
they're so annoying.
Yeah.
And I don't like them.
I don't mind Sydney Sweeney.
That's because you're keeping your pants loose.
I think it's sort of like Tim Liz, her like
and a sexy cardigan.
A sexy cardigan. She's so quick to just be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Like she is looking for a mother figure because she doesn't have one. I think that she is trying in this movie. I would say of the three, she's the one who is trying the most.
I think all the girls are trying.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think everyone's trying in this movie. But,
yes.
But Dakota Johnson.
Yeah, she's not. So, yeah, what we pull back to is that it was just a vision, and she pulls back, and she's still at the cab, but...
Oh, the radio starts up again.
This track is going to be huge. Are you in the zone? This is Britney Spears.
Yeah, so this references Britney's In the Zone album. That's why he says In the Zone, November 2003.
Yeah, and that's why he says, because the song doesn't get released until 2004, but that's why he said this song is going to be huge.
The earliest radio plays I can find for this song are November 2003, with the release of the album.
Which would actually set it up for watching a Christmas movie.
But it's in June.
So according to you, you're only basing that on the Martha Stewart thing, which she could be talking about 6 months later.
And the dress and the barbecue. New York's not warm in November.
Dude, I walked through New York in December in shorts and a t-shirt when I went in 2015.
Yeah, but that's like 12 more years of global warming.
You're basing all of your New York knowledge on Home Alone 2, and that is an edge case.
Anyway, Attitude says, "Oh, I love this song."
Well, here's what this brilliantly does, and I'm using the term brilliantly very loosely because it's not, but it's now set a timer because she knows, oh, they're going to kill her while this song is being played.
Yeah.
So it now becomes a race against the Spears to get there to the diner before the song ends and Zeke shows up and murders them. Which I think is actually quite a good little like mechanic.
I mean, this scene is a good scene. It's a well-functioning scene. It's far better than the frickin' NSA one you said is the best scene in the movie.
Maybe the best scene's a stretch. Like it's the most functional scene. I have written here in my notes. They said he couldn't walk on the ceiling earlier, but here he is walking on the ceiling. So DJ Dakota Johnson. So we kind of cut back and forth between them getting up on the table to dance with the girls and Dakota Johnson trying to get past a truck full of logs. I don't know if this is a intentional reference, but it did make me think of Final Destination 2, which is a movie series about people having premonitions about people dying.
I like that. That's a nice kind of reference.
I don't know if it is, but if I was making this movie, I'd probably make a similar sort of reference.
But also, the trees are nearby and the logs on the back of the car makes sense. Could be that.
There is that.
But
sorry, just before we do, because I just want to get her getting past this truck, right? So she is desperate to get past this truck.
Come on.
Come on.
She was turning left anyway.
Where into? There's no...
Well, there you go. That's because she's getting towards the diner now. She did not need to overtake that truck.
It's too big a risk.
If anything, if she had not timed that right, she would have been stuck. I would have had to slam on the brakes so she could have turned left.
But what you're forgetting is she doesn't just have the power of premonition. She also has the power of Fast and Furious. Because the car will be her major weapon in the fight against evil. Rich. It's not the only
It's not the only
time.
Because none of them are powerful. The only thing they can do is knock him about with other things.
That's great.
The second one is so much worse.
I think when they get into the fireworks factory and they're just knocking about with fireworks, it's so funny.
Yes, so that happens. And she rescues them, but in the process, Ezekiel grabs Madam Web's hand and poisons her.
Yes, just a little bit. And
So much for not needing a babysitter. Do you guys think of anybody but yourselves? You're so impulsive and entitled, and you don't listen. We didn't mean... Whatever, don't even say anything.
She barely knows them.
Your futures were almost so different. You're lucky I saw them.
I'm so sorry.
Yes. You should be so sorry. All of you should be sorry.
Put your glasses on, nerd.
I really don't like Dakota Johnson's performance of Cassie.
And I think why it doesn't work for me is that she doesn't have the switch over moments.
Mm.
It's just she has a chat with Zeke in a sort of vision in the next scene. The very next morning she's like, hey, we're all friends, high five. And it's like, no, you can't just flip on a dime in this. There's no character growth. There's just a character change. And I think that is where the script is. I think it's really poor writing.
Yeah, because they then go back to a motel. Ezekiel finds out in all this that woman's name was Cassandra Webb. Webb? Ah, I killed her mum, I think.
Well,
I shot her and I left her. But I did see all the spider people. I'm sure it's fine.
Yep. But they're probably related. How many times, apart from Charlotte, how many times you hit the surname Webb?
I think the only thing they could have done was enter baby Cassie into the New York foster care system.
And kept
from
her
Peru.
surname.
And kept her, freaking out. So they're in the motel, all the girls, and they reveal they're all kind of orphans.
Yes.
So just like Cassie in a motel room. Science's dad, she reveals, got deported, so and her mum died, so she's there alone. Sydney's mum actually got committed to an asylum and divorced the dad, and it feels like the dad doesn't want her anymore.
So she actually was, when she was on that train, she was running away from home to see if they would notice / miss her.
Yeah.
And going by what happens at the end of the movie, they didn't.
And Attitude has parents making money in China who don't care about her. She feels neglected too.
And they're also poisoning the world with plastic.
Mm-hmm.
So they're bad people.
Mm-hmm. And this is when I sort of asked, well, this is when Cassie says, hey, what's wrong with the foster care system? First off, these kids aren't really going to go into foster care because...
Well, yeah, so the argument is you should go to the police.
Yeah.
And they were like, but if we do, we'll be put into foster care. And that's when she's like, yeah, well, that's not bad. Because I came out all right.
Yeah, and that's when you're like, what? You were in the... And that's when I was like, what? You were in the foster care system?
Yeah. Well, they said that earlier in the movie.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
When she's having the conversation with Ben, she talks about how she was in foster care.
Right.
And that's why she says that's why she lets the stray cat in. Because they are strays.
So it must not have been until this point that it really clicked in my head what the Uranus had done for her.
Sometimes when I make fun of like Sony movie executives, they are making these for you. The people who aren't paying attention.
So she then leaves them.
Yeah, she just leaves them again.
Well, this, again, to fire it back at you. This
right.
is a dream.
You're
this
absolutely right. I take that back. You're right. It is a dream sequence. So she has a vision of her leaving and driving back to the diner.
She has some boring ass dreams.
And she has a conversation with Zeke. Did Zeke imprint on her? Is this the poison acting within this? Because he is like, that amount of poison should have really hurt you, but it hasn't.
This is the problem because we don't really know what his powers extend to.
Yeah.
I assumed, and maybe that's my fault, that him and Cassie can share this sort of web space where they can communicate with each other.
Yeah, because one of my first watch was like, did he telepathically communicate with her through her dreams / visions?
Well, he wouldn't have known that she's Cassie when he poisoned her.
No.
So this is, I would say, definitely him giving her like a phone call in the web.
In the webverse, yeah. On the web. I think we give the movie the benefit of the doubt, and maybe that is what they were going for.
I didn't think that didn't gel with me. But he did say in this dream sequence, in the future, they will destroy me and everything I've built. And that got me more. Because what have you built?
He had a nice apartment.
Can't even afford shoes.
No, he's eccentric. He's a billionaire eccentrist.
Yeah. I just... I don't know what he is.
No. I don't think the movie does either.
Yeah.
And I don't think it cares enough to tell you who and what he is. Because I think in the movie's mind, he's rich, he goes to the opera, he has a nice apartment, he can afford all of this technology. He's rich. That's all you need to know, and he's a baddie.
He can bone a woman within 3 hours.
Because he's charming.
Yeah.
He's a handsome guy.
Don't see that anywhere else, the charm.
No. Well, maybe she was like, oh, he's not wearing shoes at the opera.
I think this man's probably escaped from some kind of asylum.
Or he is hot as fuck, because I've got a thing for feet. So yeah, out of vision. They wake up in the morning, and she wakes them up by putting music on loudly.
Yeah, and the music
every song is a choice.
I think we're alone now.
Yes, because now they're not.
Every other song has been 2003 specific.
But also every song has been thematically specific. This is like every song is like, and every movie that they watch or anything is kind of like, it's telling you what the plot point we're currently at. They're not alone anymore.
So she has a bit of...
you skip well ahead, because that's well past.
Oh, God. 1:14:26.
I was going to say, it's a scene where they start teaching them how to do CPR, where they start to bond as a group.
So she's come back from the dream sequence where she talks to Ezekiel. And I went back and watched the dream sequence again. He never communicates to her about the effects of the neurotoxin.
No?
And she knows everything about the neurotoxin when she's describing it to them.
Yeah, well, that's she's got all of her mum's research.
She says it down to the point.
Remember, her mum said it earlier in the movie, which means it's written down in her journal.
She says it to the point of, it depends on how long they grab hold of you, but thankfully he only got me for a small period of time, so I'm going to be fine. Great, let's wrap that plot point up. We don't need to worry about the poison anymore. That was the last 10 minutes of Jeopardy.
Really, all it is every now and again she goes, ooh.
Yeah. I thought that was going to give like a big ticking, I've got to defeat him within a couple of days.
Wouldn't that have been really good?
But then how would she go to Peru for a week?
Oh my, so many of these issues would be solved if this film was not set primarily in Peru.
I don't think that's the only issue, though.
No, but some of it, like, because it's so clunky. They're just like, I have to go now. Peru needs me.
Yeah.
And then she goes to Peru. And then she's like, I'll be gone a week. A week!
We're nearly at Peru, so that's just... She gets them all up. Yeah. And this is meant to be like, we've had some bond. We're all relating to each other now. And I'm going to teach you chest compressions.
Yeah.
That's what you'll need to know if one of you gets hit by the poison?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, as if your heart stops, this is how you can restart a heart.
No, you can't restart the heart.
I saw her literally do it to her earlier in the movie, and she did it to another guy. And she tried to do it to Michael Epps, but was too late.
So within this universe, chest compressions fix everything.
100%. They restart hearts.
She then gives not even a basic lesson on how to do chest compressions.
Interlocking the hands. You want to go about 2 inches down, and you want to do it to... I mean, actually, I thought that would be... Yeah, it's apparently... Another one bites the dust.
It's and staying alive.
Yeah,
funny.
But then don't go. But do. Like you just do the dum bit.
It's staying alive. That's what you got to do. That's the beat. She never tells them what BPM to go for. No. That's very important.
But she just says keep the rhythm.
And then one of them gets tired 10 seconds in.
But yeah.
And then she says, oh, and that's when you can take over from her.
Yeah, again, got to get there. So you got to, like, it's the tag in, tag out system. So and she offers a high five to Lucky, and Lucky turns to her and is like, that's lame.
But Attitude, who has been quite prickly up until this point, says, hey, I've never said this before, but you're a good teacher.
Now they're all friends.
She barely taught them chest compressions.
Yeah.
And now she's going to fuck off to Peru.
But crucially, they're all friends now.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that's what this scene is there for. You know, not 2 scenes ago, they were all sort of like, didn't really like each other much. Now they're all friends. We may have to, we're struggling to show clips at the moment because our internet's being a bit spotty down here.
So now she reveals what she learned from her mum to everyone. She talks, and then Sydney's whole character is pretty much to ask questions. Can we trust you? How will you do this? And then Sydney Sweeney goes, you've got to go to Peru.
Maybe she could see the future.
Yeah, and Cassie goes, yeah, for a week.
Now, is she going to take the Spider-Women with her?
No, that would say she's going to drop him off with Uncle Ben.
Uncle Ben, who has not been seen in this movie since Michael Epps died.
Yeah.
Which was so long ago. And he shows up and is like, hey, I'm not going to pretend like I know what's going on, but it must be pretty important.
Yeah, and he also says, well, you know, freaking get in the exposition. I'm staying with Mary Parker for a week where this guy won't find them.
Yeah.
How does he know?
Well, because he's not going to have any connection. And actually, the assistant says, I've checked all of their homes and relatives of their families, and they haven't gone to any of those houses. So they wouldn't think to look at Ben Parker's house. I mean, really, no, sorry, fucking scratch that. Because if you knew that she is Cassandra Webb, wouldn't you then start to look at her house and her group of friends
colleagues.
and her colleagues, which would lead you to Ben Parker, which would lead you to Mary Parker? Maybe Zeke is right, that the assistant is not doing a very good job.
Or maybe, maybe Shoshana, who's the assistant, she's got some doubts about her boss. Maybe I won't show them that.
She does have a few moments in her facial acting where she's like, I'm not sure I can trust this guy.
Also, Ben, I would say this is a perfect opportunity for him to be with Aunt May. He's dating May. I get that. I know what you're going to say. How do you do Peter Parker and the birth and everything?
That's not what I was going to say. Which Aunt May?
Which Aunt May?
Well, because originally they were going to tie it to
D.H. Marissa Tomei.
Well, okay, that's a bit of a wild swing.
You recast Uncle Ben, though.
Well, yeah, but he's younger.
Look, okay, just stick with me here. Whoever you have an actress playing Aunt May. She's not Aunt May yet. She's just regular May.
Just old May.
And she and Ben, they've just only started seeing each other. And now we're tasked with fostering some children who aren't ours? Isn't that a nice bit of poetic symmetry with something else that might happen later in life that could bring them together more? So when maybe a nephew gets orphaned, they will remember this experience and adopt him.
It's also because there's a line later on when Sydney Sweeney says he's loving being an uncle because he's having all the fun, but there's none of the responsibility. And Dakota Johnson was like, that's what he thinks. Mm-hmm. Which would have been nice because he's like, man, actually looking after you 3 kids was a lot of work. So I don't think May and I are ready to have these sorts of responsibilities.
Also, Ben's ex-military. This is the bit where you go, right. And Ben gets his gun. He locks it down. He's like, no, they're not going to find them.
I'm guessing that we can't bring up the clips right now because I've got quite a few clips I wanted to show. But one of the things that really made me and my wife laugh is that Dakota Johnson says very clearly, because she's like, when do I stop? And it's like, you don't stop. If you stop, they'll die. And so they're going around and they tag in science. And she's doing it. And then they tag in the nerd. And she immediately stops. I'm like, Julia, they will die if you stop.
So I don't like jump forwards in time in many movies. Mm-hmm. When you get like, it's the end of the middle act usually. And boom, time jump into the final act. I think that really dissolves a lot of dramatic tension. I think it's really important here for that week, whatever they would have had, for them to build the relationships. Yes. Cassie's essentially got a whole week where she's wrestling with this idea of going to the place where her mum died, I guess.
Yeah.
Unless she made it. No, she died in the pond.
In Peru.
She died in Peru. But we don't see any of that. It's just a montage of her going to Peru.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean about if you don't have some of this set in Peru and just do it in New York, excuse me, you can have the bonding scenes between these 4 characters, which I think is quite important, while also doing her learning about why her mother went to, well, I don't know, in New York, wherever it is, go to Manhattan to search for these specific types of spiders, or why she dedicates so much of her life to researching these types of spiders. But you have to do so much of this exposition so quickly. So at 1 hour and 17 minutes and 45 seconds, she goes to Peru. At 1 hour, 20 minutes and 55 seconds, she has her backstory. She goes to Peru, immediately finds the spider guy, and the spider guy immediately is like, and here's how your mum died, and here's why she did it.
And the spider guy now shops at Zara, I think. He looks nothing like his 70s days when he was dressed like a tree and a spider.
Dressed like Spider-Man.
Dressed like Spider-Man. And he's mellowed. And he's just like, yep, okay, you've hit my cutscene, so I will now tell you everything that you need for this part of the story.
Yeah, so what he gives her is, he does the Doctor Strange thing where, what's her name, Tilda Swinton.
Should we stop there? Because we should really we could have a little 10-minute break.
Yeah.
We've got the video working again. Hooray! Which means we can now see Aranis guy in his Zara little outfit put together there.
It's got a lovely neckerchief on.
Yeah, there must be like a Zara just outside of this Amazonian part in Peru.
Well, next door to that is probably the passport office where they got all her documentation done.
And so she has located this exact place in 2003 with no guide. She has walked out into the Amazon armed only with this photo.
It's fate.
You say she's sort of...
in the same way that this lad knew this would be the day that she would arrive, because it's not like he's been sat there sort of like, on a deck chair waiting for her to arrive and like, well, turns out she wasn't going to be here today. He knew she would arrive on this day. He says at the start of the movie, one day she will return and I will be there to give her the answers. So he knew she was going to show up on this day, which means fate also guided her to this point to be there at this time on this day.
Do you think, though, that she would come to him when she is ready for the answers? Because I don't know if she's ready. Where's her character growth been? Where she's now at a point where she needs, or, in an ideal world, earned the answers.
Well, she went to the spider box. And she wants to know Sydney Sweeney said, you've got to go to Peru.
Yeah.
So that is her character need and want, is that she needs to and wants to go to Peru to learn more. I will say, if it is fate that has guided them to this point, which I think it is, that is wildly, narratively unsatisfying.
Oh, yeah. Like a lot of the final action scene.
Oh, God. Which is so unsatisfying.
Which is, 10 minutes of her going, knew that would happen. Knew that would happen.
Yeah. There's one badass bit in that. And when I say badass, I'm using that word very loosely.
Are you referencing a S.H.I.E.L.D. moment?
Yes.
You're stupid, man.
Ethan, that bit's all right.
So, I got reshoot vibes from this.
Oh, yeah?
There we go.
This is what I mean, we've seen all of this at the start. Wouldn't this have been so much more interesting if you'd have seen this for the first time at this point here? Yeah. So they can explain. So she can have... Because I think the other thing this film has not earned is her hatred for her mother.
Yeah.
It's only been referenced like three lines of dialogue that she doesn't like that her mum went to Peru when she was heavily pregnant. Her thing is that she chose the spiders over me. But I don't think that's ever really conveyed in the movie. So when she shows up here and she's like, I hate you, Mum. Why did you choose? I was like, do you? I never really got that from you.
Yeah. And I still don't buy
anyway.
That she would know that.
That she chose the spiders.
Yeah. Like, what authority is giving her all this information?
The foster home. Yeah, the foster home told her.
Foster home.
Yeah.
Fosterhome.net.
Said, your mum chose spiders over you. But if at the start of the movie, you've done a bit more development on flashbacks of her in the foster home, maybe you can do that as well. The credits are playing, there's like actors appearing up. It's just like, I hated my mum because maybe some therapy sessions of just like, because she chose the spiders over me. And then you get to this point here and you find out, no, she didn't. She was actually trying to look for a cure for your genetic muscular disease that was discovered during her pregnancy, and her mum was actually doing all of this to save you.
Which is a shame, because it's actually quite a nice moment.
And also you find out that she knew Zeke and Zeke murdered her. Maybe that's more of the suspense thriller type things. Bearing in mind, when was the last time we thought this was a suspense thriller? Now that we are an hour and 20 minutes into the movie.
But the bit where it's revealed in her vision, her astral projection, that her mum went to Brazil not because she thought spiders were cool. Sorry, Peru. Not because she thought spiders were cool, but because she was doing it to save her. I think that's actually a really nice part of the film. Yeah. And then the embrace, it's not earned.
No, but I have a question. Did she connect with her mother in the past? Because her mum definitely turns around and listens to her while she tells her, you succeeded in this. Did she tell her mother, or is that just a vision of her telling her mum that? Or is she actually communicated herself into the past because she was always destined to get to this point to let her mum know? So in that moment, her mum felt her older child say, you did it.
Should we hear that?
You did it.
One more time.
You did it.
You did it.
You did it. You did it.
You did it.
You did it.
You go.
I'd like to think that there is some time traveling aspect to her powers, but probably via astral projection or whatever. She can be in the same place at the same time. She can go a little bit into the future. She can go a bit further into the past. So when she's connecting with her mum in, like, I don't know, 1972, when the doctor's telling
1962,
telling her mum, your baby is going to have some muscular condition that there's no cure for. And then here, she can connect with her mum, and her mum looks at her and they embrace. I think if you were to see that unfold from the doctor's perspective, the woman across from her would just be standing up like this. And having some kind of temporal astral fit.
Yeah. Or did time freeze in that moment?
So here's, does her mum then proceed through the 1973 bit that we saw earlier?
Mm-hmm.
Has Cassie already sort of embraced her and said, I'm your unborn baby from the future, and what you're doing is the right thing, you did it.
And you're going to find the spider. That's why she's so certain that she's going to this. And she, she does say, like, oh, this baby's not going to stop me from finding this spider. So she knew that she was going to find it because her 30-year-old daughter from the future told her in the past that you are going to find this spider, and it is going to work.
You did it.
You did it. But also Zeke is a baddie and he's going to shoot you, so mind out for that, will you?
I like that. I like webs of time travel movies, like 12 Monkeys or Le Jeté for your French film marks. Yeah. Your French film Chris Markers out there. He's the director.
Very nice.
Very good. Which is the film 12 Monkeys is based on. He is haunted by a vision of someone getting killed, and he thinks he's seen it as a kid, which he did. But spoiler, the reveal is he is also the person getting killed in his vision. So it's like the steps you take to get away from your fate are the steps that lead you to your fate. I love that as a conceit. I don't think the film understands that is the best way to approach time travel situations.
Completely.
And they're just doing it, sorry to use wrestling terminology again, in a series of high spots that don't really make sense when you dive beyond the superficial level. This screams to me, we're at this point of the script where they need to learn this lesson, so we will just learn this lesson now. Yeah. As opposed to plotting out why and how you learned this lesson. We're on page, what we had, 120? So we're on page 120. She learns that her mum actually went to the past, went to Peru to find a cure for her. Bing, bada, boom. You did it. And it's Spider-Man. So this is the moment where you realize what you have to do to be a hero. You need some, like, killer line for that, right? Before we get to there,
because I know we will get to it in a second. First, because we can now get clips back up, I just want to show the audience at home just how much this has ripped off Doctor Strange.
Okay. Oh yes.
That is literally the shot from Doctor Strange with Tilda Swinton and Benedict Cumberbatch.
Yeah.
In that she pushes him in the chest, and you see his other self come out of the back. It is so shameless how that is just that moment, but in a different movie. It's not an homage. That is a rip-off. That is awful. That is so cheap and really nasty. But let's get to the line. I know you want to get to it. 1 hour, 26, and 1 second.
We're in the final act. It's half an hour to the end.
1:26.
Give me that money line, Uranus man.
And get ready for a Luke Owen, oh fuck off moment.
You are the only one who can change the future. And when you take on the responsibility, great power will come.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off.
They're just saying words. Because that's not what the quote means.
No.
It's not like, oh, if you take on responsibility, then you'll become powerful. That kind of undermines the nice message of responsibility.
Yeah.
It's like responsibility in that is a means to the ends of power.
Yes.
So power's the ultimate goal there. Morally, that's what we're told is a bad thing. And actually, that's what's made Ezekiel crazy, I guess, because he likes power.
Yes. Yeah, with great power. Well, yeah, with great power comes great responsibility, which he has not taken on the responsibility of. He's just focused on the power.
Yeah, he loves the power.
What she is being told here, with responsibility, i.e., changing the future and like the future of mankind and the future of time and webs, now comes the power.
Yeah, you will get power if you take on the responsibility.
Yes.
I feel like that's morally backward. That's bad advice. That's power is the ultimate goal there.
But it is the only way the sentence works. If you're trying to do a knockoff of with great power comes great responsibility without saying those words, you have to put them in a different order.
You have to.
Well, yes, you are good because you have to make the audience go like, I understand what that means. That is a reference to another bit of pop culture that I know. I don't know. Have you seen Alien Romulus yet? There is a moment in Alien Romulus where one of the characters says, "Get away from her, you bitch." And I loudly said, "Oh, fuck off." Because I hate that. They do it in Predators where they say, "Get to the chopper." It's so lazy. It's audience clickbait.
It's not clickbait because it's if anything, it's too on the nose. It is delivering exactly
you're
what
right.
the packaging says.
I hate it so much. And I didn't even focus on what the sentence actually means. Because I was just groaning to be like, that's such a cheap bit of scripting to try and get some cheap points. Hate it so much.
Said the thing.
They said the thing. Because I, as an audience member, I'm not actually here watching a bit of art. I'm just watching a bit of content that you have made for me for your streaming numbers and algorithm.
Oh my god, he's reading the Daily Bugle. Oh my god, her uncle is J. Jonah Jameson.
I know who that is. Ugh. Anyway, thankfully, in the next scene, Zeke does reveal that it has been a week. He says, it's been a week and we've not found them yet. Which means Madam Web is on her way home.
So they can't find her. And this is when we get what I would say is one of the more human parts of the movie.
Yeah, I think you said this is the best scene of the film?
No, it's not. No, it's not the best scene. But it is the film. It's the part of the film where the characters feel the most warm towards each other. And I like that. I saw Adam Scott with Sydney Sweeney and the two others who do have chemistry together. Like everyone has chemistry. No, that's a bit of a stretch. Those three have chemistry together. And from what I saw in the junkets, they became pretty good friends coming out of this production.
All roughly the same age. All got the same pop culture touchstones.
In one of the interviews I watched, they joked about how they keep getting left on red by Dakota Johnson. As in, they'll text her.
Yeah.
She'll have read it. And she doesn't reply. And they joked about that. Oh, yeah, that's Dakota.
Yeah, that sounds like a real DJ thing to do.
Yeah. But Adam Scott really he's like one of those screen presences that is really, really affable.
Yeah.
So when I saw this bit, I thought, I want the version of the movie that spends a week with these people holed up in a house together.
Because this is also the first time that we are seeing that they are friends now.
Yeah.
Because even in the last scene we saw them in, which is when they were doing the chest compressions, when they were learning CPR, they weren't friends at that point. They were just still three strangers who'd only met the day previous. In this scene here, it's like, oh, you've been living together for a week.
They're watching movies. They're eating popcorn.
I'd have liked to see a little bit more of that. They kind of know each other's quirks and stuff. But it is very much it's telling you rather than showing you as well. I mean, I guess it's kind of doing
showing, I think.
Yeah.
But you don't really get to enjoy it because it's time for more Spider-Verse fan service.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Parker's technically in this movie.
He is.
He's inside a woman's tummy.
Oh, I know, because it's written about it on Wikipedia that this is the first time that Peter Parker has been in a movie as an infant. And it's also an IMDb trivia as well, which makes me think that was written by the same person on both pages. Yeah, here we go. Here's the scene in their house.
We don't need to watch it.
Okay, it's still pretty quiet out there.
What I missed?
Army knowledge.
Words. Oh, boring.
Okay, let's try and remember to pick up after ourselves, okay, guys?
Hey, whoa!
All right, throwing popcorn is super
I'm
fun,
guys,
but I also
either I peed myself or my water broke.
Ew.
Well, honestly, you probably peed yourself because that isn't supposed to happen yet. Richard?
Yeah.
But that's like
nice.
good stuff. Like the Blue Beetle movie. It's rubbish. It's better than this. It's rubbish. But the scenes with the family in the house when everyone's just riffing off each other in that kind of chaotic way that you got there, it's actually quite a nice experience. And that was a good 20 seconds of this film.
20 seconds of the movie.
So far, we enjoyed these 20 seconds and that 5-second shot of Dakota Johnson sliding down a wall.
And the scene with the NSA agent.
Nope.
I think it's well put together.
We enjoyed 25 seconds of this movie, unironically.
Collectively, we have enjoyed 25 seconds. I think me individually, I've enjoyed about 2 minutes. So, because Mary's water is broken, that means they now have to leave the house. And because they leave the house, the street cameras catch them, and that alerts the assistant. So she tells Ezekiel that they are now out and about. Anya, in all of this, also does nerd math stuff. She's a different kind of nerd.
Yeah. She works out how far apart the contractions are.
And Zeke gets the assistant to turn all of the lights green, which nearly causes a car accident. And this is where Dakota Johnson makes her return after she just casually flies back from Peru.
She's commandeered an ambulance that showed up at the Parkers that was going to attend to the pregnant woman, but they decide, no, we've got to go there. It's coming too quickly. This is the hero return.
What is that?
Oh my god, it's him.
He's got boots on.
Guys.
Where's she going?
Everybody get out right now!
Again, because they can't fight, they just have to hit him with things. And it's usually cars.
He jumps into
it.
This is a worked wrestling match where I'm going to jump into your spear.
I'm going to jump into the crossbody.
Yeah. He could totally have ducked.
Yeah. Oh, she misjudged this shot.
Look. I'm going to go through this in slow-mo. Like, that's going over him.
There he goes. There he jumps.
And he jumps into the... What is he doing? What is the point of his spider powers if he cannot avoid a freaking ambulance?
Maybe he's trying to catch
soaring over him.
Maybe he's trying to catch
He's got his back to it.
Maybe he's trying to jump out the way. It is a very funny noise.
He didn't jump out the way. He jumped in the way.
Yeah, it's so good.
So unfortunately that's the last bit of Fast and Furious. Oh no, wait, there's more car stuff.
There is, yeah, later on. So where do we get to? So in all
we are in the next car thing.
Yeah, so she now has visions of the final battle that they're going to have. So she knows exactly where to drive to and where to take everyone next.
Ben takes Mary to the hospital. So they're off. You've served your purpose of looking after them for a week. The movie no longer needs you until Peter Parker is born for the fan service.
Until we make a Spider-Man joke at the end of the movie, we'll see you then.
Responsibility.
And then she realizes that the place to take them next is the fireworks factory that we saw earlier in the movie that had the explosion, because they mentioned in that it's unsafe, it's a death trap, but apparently they were still storing fireworks there, I guess.
Not going to clear that up, all the flammable things?
No, I guess not. I mean, maybe they're sort of like, hey, well, the explosion's all cleared up now, start to restock this place because it's November and people are going to need fireworks for Thanksgiving.
So I'm just thinking about O'Neill again. That he died. There's a death trap of a building right there.
Oh yeah.
And they chose to have him die with a car accident. Why was that guy traveling so fast in the other car?
Deliveries.
It's in like a dockyard area.
Yeah,
you don't do 60 round there.
I would say if that ambulance had not stopped that truck, then he probably would have driven off the side of that dock. He was going so fast. If anything, Mike Epps saved his life.
I think
Dakota Johnson might have killed that driver if she'd have saved Mike Epps. You can't be everywhere all at once.
So during this bit, Dakota Johnson Cassie has the genius idea for the girls to charge a defibrillator and put it on the ambulance from the inside.
Yeah.
So when Ezekiel jumps onto the ambulance, it zaps him off.
Yeah.
So the only time the most effective paramedic device is used in this movie, where there are multiple chest compressions, is on a car.
Yeah. It's cool though, isn't it? Get this shit out.
I don't know if it's cool. Do you think it's cool?
No, it's absolutely not.
Wait. Now.
Again, you can't fight him, so you just knock him into things.
That wouldn't fucking work. Liners on roofs of metal.
Yeah.
Surely.
Yeah, well.
This is why you shouldn't wear shoes. Because it's probably the shoes that were at fault there. If he'd have been barefoot, probably wouldn't have affected him as much.
Maybe. I don't know what the suit does.
I'd have to ask Anya. She's the science nerd.
There are no more feet in the rest of the movie, so for the 20 people who are subscribed to our Cutscene Patreon for that, you can leave now.
So yeah, they go to the fireworks factory.
It sounds like it sounds like you're making a cliche joke.
No.
Like they go to the fireworks factory. It's like the end of any movie to describe the final fight scene.
When are we going to get to the fireworks factory?
But this is just, in case you're not aware, this is literally a fireworks factory. Or storage facility.
Yeah, and they start like putting flares underneath, like into the crates and stuff. And they say like, hey, it's a death trap. But it's only a death trap if we get trapped in here. So she sends all the girls off to put flares into the boxes to try and set off as many of these fireworks as possible. Which both kind of saves them in this scene, but then causes a real problem for them in the next scene, because most of the things that attack them in the final scene are the fireworks that they themselves have set off.
They inadvertently kill several paramedics. who are...
Yeah, that helicopter.
There's a helicopter that's trying to save them that Cassie radioed for
because
from the ambulance.
She has a vision of an ambulance saving them.
So there's got to be at least like 3-4 people on that helicopter.
Yeah.
And a firework explodes the helicopter.
Oh yeah, it sure does.
How strong are these fireworks?
Well, I don't know. Have you seen how much it knocks Zeke when he's trying to chase after them? Wait for it. Wait.
Yeah, so that it's all going off.
Go straight ahead when I say now. Get down. What do you mean? It's a dead end.
It won't be. So he's probably an 80-kilogram adult man. I don't know if firework would do that.
No?
I think it would explode on contact and you'll go straight down.
Yeah, but they also had gasoline in the helicopter. That was the problem.
It's really dramatically disengaging.
Oh, yeah.
When the lead character knows everything that's going to happen.
It just makes such a boring fight scene.
I've really tried to figure out how you could do this, because I think a really good example of displaying superhero powers on screen is like Quicksilver in the later X-Men movies. Mm-hmm. Everything slows down and he just moves things around, all to some fun music. That's a great way of getting across superhero powers like that visually. I can't figure out, like, Spidey sense is essentially what it is. Mm. He gets a little flash, and then he does something.
Yeah.
But you don't see the thing that's going to happen first before he does it.
So this fight sequence, and again, it's because they cannot fight Zeke because they don't have any like super strength powers or anything like that.
It's a thriller. It's a down-to-earth thriller.
It's a down-to-earth thriller. So the fight scene, or the action beats, or whatever you want to call it, is just Dakota Johnson being, get down, move there, stay left, get down.
Come on. It's like bop it.
Yeah. She says, get down so many times to them. It's like, duck, get down.
All in ADR.
All in ADR. And it's all to duck the fucking fireworks that they themselves set off. Zeke is fairly ineffectual in this. But Zeke does have one big power play that he does in this fight sequence, which is when they're all up on the roof, they've blown up the helicopter, and he realizes that the way to really take out Madam Web is to put the three girls into compromising positions.
Oh.
So he puts...
Get steady on.
So he knocks them all into an area, which means she cannot save all three of them, which is the line that we heard in her earlier vision, right?
Yeah.
Pepsi Cola, of course. This is the building they're now on, which is different from the fireworks building. There's the helicopter that explodes.
Killing everyone inside it.
Killing everyone inside. Maddie skateboards. In this scene, as they also show off their future Spider-Woman powers. So, like, Anya throws things, because that's what her Spider-Woman does. Maddie's, like, slides down because she's a skateboarder type thing.
Not that I remembered that from that 30-second long dream sequence that happened over an hour ago.
Yeah. If you're paying attention.
Yeah.
So then, Dakota Johnson realizes...
Great power will come.
Great power will come. Oh.
She can create webs of herself.
Come on.
Come on.
Maddie, you're gonna be okay. Anya, give me your hand.
There she is. How on earth is Zeke going to stop this? That's all it took. Useless.
To be fair, she has been driving cars into him all night.
I know, but it's just like bop, and all of a sudden she drops them all.
So you see what I mean, though. Like, she is in full paramedic mode there. Come on, it's going to be okay. Don't worry. You know, that sort of bedside manner that she has not displayed up until this point.
Yeah.
That, to me, is a scene that works so much better if you have the scene at the start of the film where she's trying to help three different groups of people in three different areas.
I agree. They had that scene. They just didn't do it very well.
Yeah. This, by the way, is enormously visually confusing because it's dark, the special effects aren't great, the camera's going everywhere, and it's whipping around, and it likes to do this thing where it inverts, so everything's upside down all of a sudden. Plus, things keep playing that are future visions that look exactly like what's happening in real time.
Yeah.
And they get replayed, they adapt, blah, blah, blah. I think this is really poorly put together for what they're trying to do.
I think the only bit of credit I would give for this is when they first go up to the roof, they have a moment where she sees the roof sort of explode, and she's like, oh, don't go that way. From that moment on, they visually show her, she just sort of pauses, think, and is like, let's go this way. So they don't show you the vision, they just show you that she has seen the vision.
Yeah.
And that's when she then gets up the shield to kind of like block all of the fireworks from attacking them. Again, the fireworks that they themselves set off. Because actually, really, they're the villain of this movie.
What do you think of the CGI of Ghost Her? Look at this.
I mean, yeah, it's 2024 superhero level.
It looks like it should be in Harry Potter, like she's Moaning Myrtle or something.
No, if this was in Harry Potter, like, because that movie would have been made in the early 2000s when they actually spent money on CGI, that would have looked better, and did look better.
It looks real. It looks so lame, and her performance. I get that. Yeah, I don't not used to green screen. I don't know can't visualize what's happening around me. Oh, you're gonna be okay.
Yeah, you can
Get
do
down.
it.
Come on.
Take my hand.
I can save everyone now.
No, not until I punch you in the face, Bob.
Have it.
Like, it's so, because you can see him running for it as well. Watch him go. Yep.
He needs a line, or he's like, see this. Okay, but don't worry, she'll get her own back, I'm sure. Nope, everything just happens around her to kill him.
Yeah, she sees visions of like things falling around, and she lures him into the position where he can be trapped by the things that are falling around. He eventually falls off the building. She says, the girls were never your future. I was always going to be the person to kill you. Which I don't think works narratively, because the whole point is that he was given a curse to be shown the girls that are going to kill him, or the person that's going to kill him.
Yeah.
And it was not her. It would have been so much more narratively satisfying if it was the girls that killed him, but powerless versions of them.
Yeah, because I think like he does fall. Like he dies by falling.
Yeah, and then it's the S that crushes him.
And then in his vision, it's God, this is so dark, I can't see what's happening. In his vision earlier on, he gets that shot of him falling.
Yeah.
Like that's the shot that they should have in the vision.
Yeah. But it's different. But again, I suppose the argument is, the movie's argument would be, I'm just going to play devil's avocado here, she has changed the future. Because that's now the power that she has, is that she can change the future. So the future was the girls were going to kill him, but now she has changed that future to be her that killed him instead.
With great comes power responsibility.
That's right.
Can we just look at the CGI for his death? I mean, I guess it's not too bad, actually, compared to other things in the film.
But it's so quick as well. Like, it's just, he falls off and then he's dead.
Yeah,
He
lands on you.
Yeah. Then she then falls off, and she falls into the water. I guess they were next to water. And, they were in the harbour, I suppose. She falls into the water, and while she's going on, a firework goes into the water and hits her in the eyes and blinds her.
Which, fireworks famously do on contact with water. They explode, don't they?
Well, they did say it was a death trap, and then they stocked that place again with...
The building's a death trap.
Yeah, because of the fireworks.
It's been a week. It's been 2 weeks. And they've...
No, it's been a week.
No. It's been a week of Peru, and then there was like a week of time before
We don't know that. It might have just been 2 days. Or it might have been a day. They might have arranged his funeral really quickly.
All right, it's 10 days. It's 10 days. I'll give you. And the New York authorities were totally chill, leaving a death trap building full of fireworks.
It's Rudy Giuliani, man. This is his period of time.
2003.
It's 2003, This is under his watch.
Famously lax on security. 2003 New York, yeah.
So they pulled Dakota Johnson out of the water. I don't know how.
Oh, Sydney Sweeney...
did she dive in and get her?
She dived in and she got her.
Co-lead, I suppose.
But she wasn't... I mean, she wasn't wet enough. Didn't mean
Oliver Davis.
Now he's the one thirsting for Sydney. Didn't mean it like that.
Actually, in my defense, you're absolutely right, Ollie Davis. It's not like the sexy schoolgirl is not a trope. That they were definitely trying to emulate with that costume. Anyway, they pull her out of the water and they do the chest compressions that they learned earlier, and they work as a team.
Do they? Do they work as a team? Because there you go. There's Sydney has saved her. She pulls her up, so I guess she's done her part of the team.
Yeah. She's fairly wet there, I guess.
Interlock your fingers.
Yep. Okay, we're gonna do it.
Come on, guys, come on. Keep going. We don't stop.
Doing some. Don't stop.
Come on.
Don't stop.
I'm getting a little tired.
I'm getting
a little tired.
It's been 10 seconds.
Get there, man. We don't need to see her do it for a full minute.
So I looked on like the advice, the NHS advice, and like they say you should change every 100 chest compressions because you will start to fatigue and you can't keep up the right rhythm.
Yeah. And
then there's also a really specific way to transfer over. You should never be side by side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you can't. You have to be on the other side of the chest, so you could, and then you take one hand, you're doing it together, and then they. So you keep. That's the whole idea. You're keeping a regular thing going, but it's a bit awkward for the staging, isn't it? So they've got to be next to each other.
Step in.
Oh my God, please, Cassie, come back, Cassie.
She's doing most of the pumping with her head.
She's the metal kid.
But like, I guess this is
jamming
what
along
you
to
get.
Results may vary.
This is what you get when you've got Cassie Webb teaching you about chest compressions.
A week ago. Once.
Yeah, but thank God it saved her.
Yeah, it did, and it worked.
Yeah.
And then we cut to...
but she's blind. Chest compressions to the face.
Right. There's water in her eyes. Get it out.
Guys, no!
So then we get to the hospital. She is okay. And here we get the movie debut of baby Peter Parker.
Yeah.
Right. Here is the line they're about to say. Afterwards, I will give you my alternate scripting I would have given for this.
Oh, he's perfect.
He is.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Was it?
You say it.
He's amazing. Now.
Not spectacular.
No.
Not sinister.
Not your friendly neighborhood. I cannot see the argument of, if you said there, he's amazing, that could be like, but if you said it in that same delivery of tone, that is just like that's cute. But what would actually have happened is that someone have said, he's perfect, and another character said, he's better than perfect. He's amazing.
Somebody once told me.
They would have heard the Ramones. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can.
I think and Adam Scott would be a great person to deliver that line because he's the only one who feels sincere in this film.
But if they'd done it in the same way, it's like, he's perfect.
Yeah.
He's amazing. I think that would have been quite cute.
Yes, I think that's a nice little rewrite.
Yeah. And then, so we get into Cassie.
She is more insufferable. Usually.
She is awful here.
I would be like, yeah, sure, I'll come and visit you. Never go back.
She is actually, and it's almost a bit creepy as well. So because she's blind, right? And they make the joke there's like, oh, Ben's loving being an uncle. He doesn't have any of the responsibility. And Dakota Johnson, quite a funny little line, says like, that's what he thinks. Cute. I know as an audience, he is Uncle Ben. Soon he's going to be looking after that baby. Diddle-dee, ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. But then the nurse comes in.
None of the responsibility. That's what he thinks.
Cute.
Are you all immediate family?
Yes. They're all mine.
That's well creepy.
It is.
And the fact that the girls go like, yes, we are. It's like, oh, it's a cult now.
Yeah, especially because, like, the science, her dad still loves her.
Yeah.
Like,
Just in a
he
different
got
country.
deported.
Yeah.
The whole thing there should be, we should help get your dad back or whatever.
Yeah. Wouldn't it have worked?
No, I'm with Cassie now.
I'm with Mummy now. Wouldn't have this
Mummy
worked?
Webb.
Wouldn't have this worked better if they were in the same foster home that she was a part of, the foster home that she grew up in?
With an eye hospital unit?
No, but so they all link to each other through the foster home. So they kind of know each other through that, as opposed to being sort of three disparate people.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And so then that means they don't have any parents, because Sydney Sweeney has a dad. Her mum's in a psych ward, sure, but she might get out of there one day. You're right. Anya has a dad. He's just in a different country. You can go visit that country. Do you know how easily Cassie went to Peru? Like you can easily go there. And the other one has parents as well. They do know she exists. They just leave her with the help. What's the help going to do? Is the help going to say anything?
I think she's going to get a bollocking, if I'm honest. When the parents get back and they're like, what?
Yeah. So,
where's our daughter for a week?
We get to the final scene. The final part of this movie is Cassie is now Madam Web. She's in the chair. She's got the glasses and
drinking Pepsi.
The girls arrive. They've ordered takeaway. She knows what they've ordered. She says bless you to Anya before she's even sneezed.
It is so annoying.
She then sees her. She's like, I know what your future holds. You're going to be this, that, and the other. And we see more very 10-second visions of them as Spider Women doing, street level crimes. Not doing street level crimes, stopping. We're going to fucking take over this place, because with great responsibility, that comes the power.
I think, and her power is these children that she now needs to steal money.
There's a business that Zeke left behind.
Is Zeke the good guy?
It's like the reveal of Ant-Man Quantumania.
Yeah.
It's actually, that's the good Krang.
Yeah.
But they stopped the Kang rather. Krang's from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. But yeah, so she sees the future. They're all Spider Women. They're all friends now. And then she sees another version of the future where she is also in a costume. And let me tell you, this costume is fucking shit. It is rubbish.
Yeah. What's the fact that she's got like no legs?
Well, she's got astral projection legs. But like,
why does she give up astrally projecting at her knees?
Whatever the future holds, we'll be ready. And the best thing about the future, it hasn't happened yet.
Thank God it hasn't.
Yeah. And then Cranberries, because it was originally set in the 90s.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge costume person. So a lot of people take against certain costumes. And I'm like, I don't really care. Or they're really pro some costumes. I'm like, oh yeah, I don't really mind. So why don't you like that costume?
I think it just looks naff. It's just red leather, and she's got big glasses on, and that's like, that'll do.
The glasses look like I could have made them with the right materials.
It just feels a bit low rent and low effort, which I think actually sort of, that's kind of in keeping with the rest of the movie. That is the first design they did for the Madam Web costume, and they were like, I mean, it's going to be on screen for 4 seconds. So really, we don't need to spend another $40,000 doing another design. That'll do.
But it's the final shot of the movie that's going to set up the next film. Yeah, we don't think that's going to happen, SJ.
Potentially. So yeah, I think the Spider-Woman costumes, considering they're not on screen for very long, are actually all right. Particularly Sydney Sweeney's one.
I bet you like that one.
It's comic accurate. Well, so is Matty Franklin as well. So it's all right. But there it is. That's Madam Web. It's not very good. But as I said at the top of the show, I wasn't expecting it to be very good when they announced they were doing a movie about Madam Web. So I was kind of unsurprised that it wasn't very good at the end. And it's also a Sony Spider-Man spin-off movie which have been historically low effort, with no real forethought going into them for actual planning of shared universe or anything. So it's kind of a pointless movie. So when it ended up being a pointless movie, I was very unmoved by that, because it is what I was expecting it to be.
I had a really good time. I went into this on my first watch really expecting to just like slog through it, because it's not. I don't enjoy watching bad movies, but parts of this experience really gave me a glimpse into the joy I think people do experience watching The Room and films like that. And then when I watched it a second time, hungover, I had so much fun. I was giggling out loud. I had my headphones on the sofa. I was like, no! Slowing it down when he jumps into the ambulance. Things I didn't pick up on the first time. It's layered like that. There's more crap. More crap reveals itself the more you watch it. It rewards repeat viewings. And yeah, I think there was a book came out recently called Box Office Poison, and it tracks big studio flops throughout the last century. And the conclusion of the book is that is an age that is now passing, in the algorithms and all the things that Dakota Johnson sort of spoke about as well, means that studios aren't taking those kinds of bets anymore. And his thing was like Cats was probably the last big, stupid, weird blockbuster movie.
Probably right.
Well, but then this comes out.
Well, yeah, I suppose studio, because I was about to say Megalopolis. But
this Megalopolis, yeah.
Yeah, but that's not a studio movie, because that's like the whole point is that Coppola did that.
Crazy thing, sure.
Yeah.
But in terms of I think this really does tick the box of a genre I'd never sympathized with before, which is it's so bad it's good.
I think I disagree. I think that we are. I've maybe it's just me as a viewer, but I have now found myself past the "it's so bad it's good," and I'm now just in a phase of like, well, this is just bad, but also there wasn't much effort being put in to make it good, so it being bad is just like that's how it is. But like the genius of The Room in terms of the "so bad it's good" is that Tommy Wiseau thought he was making an amazing movie and truly believed it was an amazing movie. Troll 2 is the other best example of this. Is the director to this day, well, I think he's dead now, but back in the day, did not understand why people thought it was a bad movie. He's like, no, it's a perfect movie. Like, it's so good. And he was like, there's a great movie called Worst Movie Ever. There's a documentary about Troll 2 and the fandom around it. And he's at a screening and he walks out the screening because people are laughing at it. And he's actually angry that people are laughing at his movie. S.J. Clarkson, I think at the end of this was just like, I don't care. So it's not the movie I intended to make. The studio system completely ruined it, just made it a template movie, and I've got no emotional connection to this whatsoever. It is what it is. Same way with Dakota Johnson's like, yeah, whatever it is, don't care. And Isabel's like, I guess it's, people laugh at it. That's kind of fun. Sydney Sweeney's the only one who's got really positive things to say about this movie, outside of Emma Roberts, who's just playing the game. Because her whole point is that I took on this movie because it got me in the same room as Sony executives I'm now friends with, and I wanted to be a producer. And she is now, at the age of like 23, 24, a movie producer. And she produced a movie, Anyone But You, for Sony that made more money than Madam Web.
Like double the amount of money.
Double the amount of money. It's also a way better movie, and it's not that good. It's like totally fine. Like, that is a 3-star movie. But at least it is a 3-star movie that is trying to be a 4-star movie. This is a 1-star movie that was always going to be a 1-star movie, no matter what they did.
Maybe it's, those movies you just spoke about, the lonely auteur trying to make their creative vision and everyone ends up laughing at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not been something I've ever felt like as a nice thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find it funny. I don't mind if people do those things with The Room, but there seems something inherently mean.
Something Wiseau's kind of like
he's embraced it.
He's embraced it, yeah.
And I'm not saying I'm against mean stuff. I love a lot of mean stuff, but for that one just doesn't vibe with me. However, a whole company thinking, oh yeah, let's make a movie, and this is the movie you get. This is like me laughing at WWE for putting out the really bad storylines like Retribution.
I guess, but I don't know. Looking at Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, who's one of the producers on this, he kind of talked about, it was at San Diego Comic-Con, I think it was this year, San Diego, And he was like, it was brutal, man. I was like, and I don't want to have that ever again, where like I make a movie and no one likes it and the reviews are brutal and the box office brutal. Like I don't want to have to go through that again. And bear in mind, he's had a lot of flops in his time. But I don't know if I buy into this idea that a studio like Sony thought this was going to be a big box office hit. Well, no, actually, what am I talking about? They did, because they seemed to think that Homecoming was a hit, so ergo Madam Web was going to be a hit.
I enjoy the folly of the studio.
That I do enjoy. So that side of it. So the movie itself, it's been and gone, and I will never think of this movie ever again. But the studio folly of this and Craven and Morbius, like them releasing Morbius twice, I think is hysterically funny. It reminds me of when I interviewed Stephen D'Souza for my book, and he said that Mystery Men came out, and the studio that made that put so much money into it because they were like, oh, this will make the same amount of money as Batman. Because they were like, it's a comic book movie. Batman's a comic book movie, so this is going to make the same money as Batman. And Stephen D'Souza's like, yeah, but that's Batman, and this is like an underground comic that only like 5 people have read. But they don't. And then when that movie tanked, they cancelled their Tomb Raider movie because they were like, well, it's the same thing. Like this comic book movie didn't, so we can't do this video game one either. That I find so fascinating and interesting, and that is where I kind of take some of the interest away from Madam Web, and kind of the sadness with Craven being like the last one, because wouldn't it have been great if they just carried on, just still trying to make all of these movies, and they were all really bad?
But they did. They did keep carrying on. They made Venom 2. They made Morbius. Well, no, but they made Venom 3. They made Madam Web. They made Craven.
Yeah.
They still had... There were multiple exit points throughout this. I would say they've cancelled this way too late.
that is true. Because they thought, well, the next one will be a hit because this one's got Sydney Sweeney in it, so that'll probably bump up the box office somewhat. Kind of like Kevin Smith, who thought, I can't get past the 30 million threshold. That was always his thing. It's like every movie he made from like Dogma onwards was like, it just makes $30 million at the box office no matter what I do. But I'm now making a movie with Seth Rogen, who's like, any movie he's in does $100 million at the comedy box office, did $30 million. He's like, I think it's just me. I think I'm the problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that is my kind of end takeaway of Madam Web is, the movie I think it's exactly what you expect it to be. I don't think it's so bad it's good, but I did very much enjoy talking about it scene by scene.
I think it's functionally bad. I think it's technically badly made, which is surprising to me because it's a big studio production and it's been released.
You naive little child.
But I can't remember a film where I've seen so many blatant mistakes and stuff like the ADR of the villain, which we've not really dwelled on.
No,
but that's huge.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I would, if we're ranking things and we're starting an informal worst movie ever list, how do you want to judge it?
It's worse than Spider-Man 3.
It's definitely worse than Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
Does that mean it's a best worst movie ever? Like, is the worst movie ever something to be proud of?
So yeah, for my money, I would say so. But I think if we did this over time, this would end up in the middle of the pack. And it would just be mid-league. Because you're right, like it is badly made. It's functionally bad. It's scripted bad. It's not acted particularly well. But
watch a Christmas movie in June.
But I want to stress again, it was never going to be good. And no one really went into this with the intention of, like Sony in particular, never really went into the intention of making a good movie. They went into these to make a comic book movie that would make money.
But there's so many unforced errors.
Yeah, because that's the studio system, and that's kind of like endemic across like a lot of 2024. Borderlands is another movie where it's like, we shot for the moon, and then the studio system got involved, and we had to make a template movie that's just Guardians of the Galaxy, but not as good. It's a lot of these movies are like, they start off here, then the studios get too scared, and the AIs and the algorithms, and we need to appease these audiences, just make a template movie. And I think that is why box office receipts are so down at the moment, because audiences are starting to cotton onto every movie's the fucking same. And there's no point in going to the cinema because all the movies are the same, and they'll be available on streaming in 6 weeks anyway, so why waste my money?
I don't think it's a particularly new problem. I think this has always been the case in cinema.
I think since the pandemic it has gotten worse.
Oh no, I think go back to the noughties and you'll have people having the exact same conversations.
I disagree with that.
When we did a recent box office thing, we just went through the list and every single one was a sequel or something like that.
But yeah, that's in the mid-2000s. Granted, I'll give you that. But I think even in the mid-2000s, there are... So Spider-Man 3, I think, is a good example to look at with this. Because Spider-Man 1 and 2 that's all Raimi. It doesn't get bad until the studios get involved. And that's the late 2000s. And up until then, it's just like, they will just fart these comic book movies out. So maybe it's been...
But what do you think happened? Like the studios weren't involved in number 1 and 2?
They've always not to the same degree that they were in 3, clearly.
Yeah,
because like that. I mean, that's on the record. Is that like Sony got way too involved in Sony 3, Avi Arad in particular.
Well, with the inclusion of the Venom character, which we spoke about last time, seemed like a sensible choice.
Didn't work.
But I don't like. I can see the workings on paper. I don't think that's like a crazy studio decision.
No, this is a way more crazy decision because it's like we're going to make a movie about Madam Web.
Yeah.
Which it was never a good idea. It was never a good idea to make a movie about Morbius, to make a movie about Kraven the Hunter. But more importantly, it was never a good idea to make a shared universe series of movies where you had no plan to fucking connect them all.
Mm-hmm.
Like either do it or don't. It's the same with DC. Because they keep saying, like, we're doing a shared universe, but not these movies over here. These movies are separate to these ones. But these ones are all connected, but not these ones over here. Just like, shit or get off the pot. Do one or the other. You can't do both.
So I'll put it, it's worse than Spider-Man 3. I quite, looking back on Spider-Man 3, we were spoiled.
Like, that has still got some wacky decisions. That now, if Spider-Man 3 got made, that scene would have been cut out. Because they're like, can't put this in the movie. You need to put more of a template thing in there. But anyway, yeah, there you go. What do you think? Let us know in the comments down below. What do you think of Madam Web? Do you think it is the worst comic book movie of 2024? What would you like to see us do next in this as well? If we could stick with like comic book movies and stuff.
We should do Morbius.
I would like to do Morbius.
We should do Morbius, and then by the time February rolls around, we can do Madam Web again. Because it'll be a year. And then we'll do Kraven.
I don't know if I want to do all the Sony movies, though.
We've got a trilogy thing going on now.
I guarantee if we do Morbius, it will come out being like, that's exactly the same movie as Madam Web, with all of the same mistakes.
Like, that's a bad thing.
I kind of, because I don't want to watch it. If I was, I'd be like, we should watch the Vanilla Ice movie, Cool as Ice. That is a bad movie that is so bad it's good, because boy, howdy are they trying in that film. Call it a day there. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for being wonderful pledge hammers. Thank you so much for backing us here at patreon.com/cutscene. We love and support each and every single one of you for your love and support. We'll see you in the new year.